Hello everyone, I am the Horror Storyteller. I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep. So before drifting off, please leave a like and subscribe. Also, do let me know in the comments where you are watching from and what time it is when you're watching. Now let's get comfortable and relaxed as I begin with story 1. It had been one of those relentless workdays that seemed to stretch forever. The office was unusually hectic, with last-minute reports and unexpected meetings piling onto my already full plate. By the time I finally shut down my computer and left the office, the clock read 10:45 p.m. The streets were quiet as I began the short walk back to my apartment, the distant hum of traffic the only sound breaking the stillness. The night felt colder than usual, the chill seeping through my coat as I clutched it tightly around myself. My apartment building was only a few blocks away, but the empty streets made the short walk feel unsettling. I kept my head down, focusing on the rhythmic sound of my footsteps on the pavement, eager to be inside where it was warm and safe. The building was a modern mid-rise with clean hallways and decent security, nothing fancy but well-maintained. It was the kind of place that gave you a general sense of comfort, where you assumed the security features in place were enough to keep danger at bay. I entered the code to unlock the front door and stepped into the lobby, the warmth of the interior providing immediate relief from the biting cold. The lobby was eerily silent that night. Usually there was at least some activity, neighbors passing through, someone taking their dog for a walk, but tonight it was completely empty. The fluorescent lights cast a sterile glow on the polished floors, and the faint hum of the elevator was the only sound. I glanced around briefly, then pressed the call button for the elevator, watching the numbers above the doors descend. When the elevator arrived, I stepped in and pressed the button for the 7th floor. Leaning back against the wall, I allowed myself a moment to breathe, already picturing the comfort of my apartment. My cozy little one-bedroom wasn't much, but it was mine. I had spent months making it feel like home, filling it with mismatched furniture, soft throw blankets, and a few plants that I desperately tried to keep alive. It was my sanctuary, the place where I could unwind after long days like this. As the elevator doors began to close, they suddenly reopened, and a man stepped in. He was tall and broad-shouldered, wearing a dark hoodie that obscured much of his face. His hood was pulled up, and he kept his head slightly down, making it difficult to see him clearly. I didn't recognize him, but that wasn't unusual in a building this size. With over 100 units, there were plenty of people I'd never met. Still, something about his presence felt off. He didn't meet my eyes or acknowledge me in any way, and instead of pressing a button for his floor, he just stood there, his hands buried in the pockets of his hoodie. I felt a flicker of unease, but tried to rationalize it. Maybe he was distracted or lost in thought. It was late, and people weren't always at their most alert at this hour. I waited for him to press a button, but he didn't. The longer the silence stretched, the more the tension in my chest grew. I had always been someone who paid attention to my surroundings, especially when alone. My dad had taught me from a young age to trust my instincts and stay aware of my environment. Something about this man's behavior set off alarm bells in my mind. My fingers instinctively tightened around the strap of my bag as my thoughts raced. When the elevator reached the 7th floor, the doors opened with a soft chime, and I stepped out quickly, my heart pounding. To my dismay, the man followed right behind me. His footsteps echoed softly in the quiet hallway, matching my own. I didn't head directly to my apartment. Instead, I walked down the hallway, pretending to be heading somewhere else. My mind raced as I tried to figure out what to do. Should I knock on someone's door? Pretend I had forgotten something, and turn back toward the elevator? Every instinct I had told me to stay calm and avoid showing fear. As I neared the end of the hallway, I stole a glance over my shoulder. He was still there, lingering a few feet behind me. He had stopped walking but was standing perfectly still, his gaze fixed on me. My stomach twisted in knots as I tried to assess the situation. Reaching into my bag, I grasped my keys, arranging them between my fingers the way my dad had shown me years ago. The makeshift weapon was small and unassuming, but it gave me a tiny sense of control in a moment where I felt utterly vulnerable. I took out my phone and pretended to check it, my hands trembling slightly. My mind scrambled to come up with a plan. I knew I couldn't lead him to my apartment. It would only make me more vulnerable. Instead, I acted as if I were calling someone, lifting the phone to my ear. I spoke loudly and confidently, hoping my voice would carry down the hallway. After what felt like an eternity, the man finally turned and walked back toward the elevator. I stayed rooted to the spot, watching him until the elevator doors closed and the faint hum of the machinery faded away. Only then did I let out a shaky breath, my knees threatening to buckle beneath me. I didn't go to my apartment right away. Instead, I lingered in the hallway for several minutes, listening intently for any sound that might indicate he had returned. When I was finally sure the coast was clear, I made my way to my door as quietly as possible. Once inside, I locked the deadbolt and slid the chain into place, leaning heavily against the door as my adrenaline began to subside. The next morning, I reported the incident to the building's security office. They reviewed the camera footage from the lobby and elevator, but they couldn't identify the man. He wasn't a tenant, and no one had signed him in as a guest. The building's front door was supposed to remain locked at all times, but it wasn't uncommon for someone to slip in behind another resident. For weeks after that night, I couldn't shake the lingering sense of unease. Every time I stepped into the elevator, especially late at night, I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. I started carrying a small canister of pepper spray in my bag and made a habit of checking the hallway before leaving my apartment. Even now, the memory of that encounter stays with me. I don't know who the man was or what his intentions might have been. Perhaps he was harmless, and my imagination had gotten the better of me. Or perhaps my instincts had saved me from something far worse. What I do know is that night changed the way I view my surroundings. I used to feel completely safe in my building, assuming that the locked doors and cameras were enough to protect me. But now, I understand the importance of staying vigilant and trusting my gut. It's a lesson I never wanted to learn, but one I'll carry with me for the rest of my life. It was around midnight when I found myself driving down an isolated stretch of highway. I had been on the road for hours, the steady hum of the car engine and the occasional flicker of my headlights against road signs keeping me company. It was a solo trip, something I often did when I needed to clear my head. Work had been hectic, and life in general had started to feel overwhelming. These long drives, though tiring, always offered me a sense of peace and clarity. But as the night wore on and the miles stretched endlessly ahead, that peace began to waver. The stretch of road I was driving on was eerily quiet. I hadn't seen another vehicle in what felt like hours, and the darkness seemed thicker than usual. My gas gauge had been creeping toward empty, and I knew I needed to stop soon. Anxiety started to creep in as I realized how far removed I was from anything familiar. This wasn't the well-traveled interstate where you'd find brightly lit truck stops every few miles. This was a desolate back road with only the occasional exit leading to small, unfamiliar towns. When I finally spotted a sign for a gas station, a sense of relief washed over me. The sign indicated a small station just a few miles up the road, and I turned off the highway at the next exit. The road leading to the station was just as quiet as the highway, lined with shadowy trees and dotted with the occasional rundown building. I kept glancing at the gas gauge, silently willing the car to make it to the station before sputtering out. The station came into view, a solitary structure surrounded by an expanse of asphalt that seemed to stretch farther than necessary. The overhead lights flickered faintly, casting uneven pools of illumination across the lot. It looked like the kind of place that hadn't been updated in decades, with peeling paint on the walls and a worn-out sign that creaked softly in the breeze. There was only one other car in the lot, parked near the convenience store entrance. I pulled up to one of the pumps, as far away from the other car as I could manage. The lot was so quiet that the sound of my car door closing seemed unnaturally loud. As I inserted my card into the pump and began fueling, I noticed movement near the store entrance. A man was standing there, leaning casually against the wall. He was partially obscured by shadows, but I could tell he was watching me. At first, I tried to convince myself that it was nothing. Maybe he was just another traveler, stretching his legs or waiting for someone. But as the seconds ticked by, his stillness and unblinking gaze began to unnerve me. I glanced at him out of the corner of my eye, trying not to make it obvious that I had noticed him. His posture was relaxed, almost nonchalant, but his focus was intense. It wasn't the casual glance of someone minding their own business. It was the kind of stare that made my skin crawl. The gas pump clicked, signaling that the tank was full. I quickly replaced the nozzle and tightened the gas cap, feeling a growing sense of urgency to get back in the car and leave. But I was thirsty, and the thought of grabbing a drink for the long drive ahead tempted me to stay a little longer. I hesitated for a moment, weighing my options. It seemed ridiculous to let my nerves get the better of me over something as simple as a man standing by a store. I decided to go inside. Maybe he would lose interest, or maybe I was overthinking the whole situation. Either way, I wanted to grab a drink and get back on the road as quickly as possible. As I walked toward the entrance, the man didn't move. His eyes followed me, though, and I could feel his gaze on the back of my neck. The convenience store was small and sparsely stocked, with shelves of snacks, drinks, and travel essentials arranged haphazardly. The fluorescent lights buzzed faintly, and the air smelled faintly of stale coffee and cleaning supplies. I made my way toward the refrigerated section, scanning the shelves for a bottle of water. As I reached for a drink, the bell above the door jingled, signaling that someone else had entered the store. I didn't need to turn around to know who it was. My pulse quickened, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. He had followed me inside. I tried to act natural, focusing on the drink in my hand and pretending not to notice him. But as I made my way toward the counter, I became acutely aware of his presence. He was lingering near the shelves, pretending to browse. I could see him out of the corner of my eye, picking up items and putting them back without really looking at them. His movements were slow and deliberate, and every now and then, I could feel his gaze shift back to me. By the time I reached the counter, he was right behind me. He wasn't just nearby, he was uncomfortably close, his presence almost suffocating. I didn't dare turn around, but I could feel him standing there, looming just a little too close for comfort. I placed my items on the counter and waited for the cashier to ring them up. The transaction felt like it took forever, the seconds stretching into what felt like minutes. I kept my eyes on the counter, avoiding any sudden movements or gestures that might escalate the situation. My hands felt clammy, and I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. I could tell the cashier had noticed something was off. He kept glancing at the man behind me, his expression shifting from bored indifference to cautious concern. I appreciated the unspoken acknowledgement, the silent understanding that this situation wasn't normal. When the transaction was finally complete, I grabbed my items and left the store as quickly as I could without running. My car was parked just a few steps away, but those steps felt like miles. I kept expecting to hear footsteps behind me or to feel a hand grab my arm. Once I was inside the car, I locked the doors and started the engine. I glanced toward the store entrance, but the man wasn't there. His car, however, was still parked in the lot. The sense of relief I felt was fleeting, overshadowed by the nagging feeling that I wasn't safe yet. As I pulled out of the lot and back onto the highway, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see his car following me. For the first few miles, the road was empty, and I began to relax. But then, headlights appeared in the distance behind me. At first, I told myself it was just another traveler. The road was dark and lonely, and it wasn't unusual for cars to follow the same stretch of highway for miles. But the longer the car stayed behind me, the more certain I became that it wasn't a coincidence. It was him. My heart started racing, and I tightened my grip on the steering wheel. I tried to focus on the road ahead, but my eyes kept flicking to the rearview mirror. The car maintained a steady distance, not speeding up or slowing down, but always there, I considered pulling over, but the thought of stopping on this empty highway with him behind me felt too dangerous. Instead, I decided to keep driving, hoping he would eventually lose interest and turn off. After what felt like an eternity, I spotted a sign for a rest stop up ahead. The lot was well lit, with several cars and trucks parked in front of the main building. It wasn't exactly bustling, but it was the closest thing to safety I had seen all night. I took the exit and pulled into the lot, parking near a group of cars. As I parked, I watched the car behind me slow down. For a moment, I thought he might pull in after me, but then he drove past, his taillights disappearing into the distance. I sat in my car for a long time, my hands still gripping the steering wheel. The rest stop felt like a sanctuary, and I didn't want to leave its safety. Eventually, I forced myself to step out and join the handful of people inside the building. I stayed there for a while, letting the tension in my chest slowly subside. By the time I got back on the road, the first hints of dawn were breaking over the horizon. The encounter had left me shaken, and even now, I think about it whenever I'm on a solo trip. It served as a reminder to trust my instincts, to stay vigilant, and to never take safety for granted. What started as a simple stop for gas had turned into a chilling experience I wouldn't soon forget. When I first moved into the apartment building, it felt like a fresh start. I was in my early 30s, newly single after the end of a long-term relationship, and had just started a new job in Boston. The breakup had left me feeling unmoored, and moving into the modest but cozy apartment felt like taking control of my life again. The building wasn't anything fancy, just a pre-war brick structure with narrow hallways, creaky floors, and drafty windows. But it had charm, and I liked that it was tucked away on a quieter street. For someone who had grown up in a small town, it felt like a manageable corner of the city to settle into. I didn't know what to expect from my neighbors, but I was pleasantly surprised by how welcoming the people in the building seemed. It wasn't long before I noticed the woman who lived across the hall from me in 4B. She was an older woman, petite and graceful, with neatly styled white hair and a warm, kind expression. She exuded the kind of presence that reminded me of my grandmother, someone steady, familiar, and comforting. I would see her often as I came and went, and she always had a smile for me, accompanied by a cheerful nod or a gentle wave. Her name was Evelyn Porter. I learned this during one of our early exchanges in the hallway. At first, the interactions were brief, just small pleasantries about the weather or how the building's heating system was perpetually unpredictable. Over time, however, our conversations grew longer and more personal. Evelyn seemed to enjoy reminiscing about the past, and I enjoyed listening. There was something soothing about her stories, something grounding. Evelyn told me she had lived in the building for decades, long before the neighborhood had transformed into the bustling urban hub it was today. She said she and her late husband, George, had bought the apartment back in the 1960s when they were newlyweds. George had passed away many years ago, but Evelyn spoke of him with such love and tenderness that it felt like he was still a part of her life. She would describe their evenings together, sitting by the window and watching the city lights, or the times they'd hosted dinner parties for their friends, the sounds of laughter and music filling the small apartment. There was something timeless about Evelyn. She had this way of making everything seem simpler, less complicated. Her apartment was a reflection of that timelessness, a cozy, well-loved space filled with memories. I only stepped inside her apartment a handful of times, but each visit left an impression. The living room had floral wallpaper that had probably been there for decades, a collection of porcelain figurines arranged carefully on a shelf, and framed photographs on every available surface. There were pictures of her wedding day, of her husband George, and of a younger Evelyn with her daughter and grandchildren. She kept lavender-scented candles on the coffee table, and the air always carried that soothing floral fragrance. Evelyn's presence became a comforting constant in my life. I didn't realize how much I'd come to rely on her being there until I started noticing her absence. It began on an ordinary weekday morning. As I stepped out of my apartment to head to work, I realized I hadn't seen Evelyn for several days. Normally, she would be tending to the potted plant she kept on the windowsill in the hallway, or standing in her doorway with a friendly smile as I passed by. But that morning, the plant looked wilted, and her door remained firmly closed. At first, I brushed it off. Perhaps she was under the weather or had gone to visit her family. She'd mentioned once that her daughter lived in Florida, and I figured maybe she had taken a trip. But as the days turned into a week, I began to feel uneasy. Evelyn was someone who thrived on routine. She liked her tea at 4 p.m. She took a short walk around the block every morning, and she never missed the Sunday crossword in the newspaper. For her to disappear without a word felt wrong. I decided to check in with the building manager, Mr. Carson. He was a no-nonsense kind of guy, the type who didn't have much patience for idle chatter, but I figured he would know if something had happened to Evelyn. When I brought up my concern, his response left me completely stunned. He said no one had lived in 4B for years. At first, I thought he was mistaken. I explained that I had been speaking with Evelyn regularly since I moved in, that she was my neighbor, and that I'd even been in her apartment not long ago. But Carson was insistent. He said the unit had been vacant since 2012, when the previous tenant had passed away. He added that the apartment was sealed up and in need of major renovations. I couldn't accept what he was telling me. It didn't make sense. I had borrowed sugar from Evelyn just days ago. I could still picture her standing in her doorway, wearing that apron with the little floral pattern, smiling as she handed me a measuring cup. How could she not exist? Unable to shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong, I asked Carson to let me see the apartment. He hesitated, but eventually agreed. Together, we walked up to the 4th floor, and I felt a growing sense of dread as he unlocked the door to 4B. The air inside was thick with dust and disuse. The furniture was covered in old white sheets, and the walls were bare except for the faded outline of where pictures had once hung. The windows were sealed shut, their edges painted over, and the faint smell of mildew lingered in the air. It looked as though no one had stepped foot in that apartment in years. I walked through the space in disbelief. This couldn't be the same apartment where I had sat and chatted with Evelyn over tea. I couldn't reconcile the empty, lifeless room in front of me with the warm, inviting home I had visited. Carson locked the door and left me standing in the hallway, shaken to my core. Over the next few weeks, I tried to make sense of what I had seen, or rather, what I hadn't seen. I searched through my phone, looking for any texts or calls from Evelyn, but there were none. I asked other neighbors about her, but no one seemed to know who I was talking about. It was as though she had never existed. Desperate for answers, I began digging into the building's history. I scoured public records, old newspapers, anything that might give me a clue. That's when I found an obituary for Evelyn Porter. She had lived in 4B, just as I remembered, but she had died in 2009, 4 years before I moved into the building. I stared at the obituary for what felt like an eternity. It didn't make sense. How could I have spoken to someone who had been dead for years? How could I remember her so vividly, her voice, her laugh, the smell of lavender in her apartment, if she wasn't real? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I had been imagining things. Maybe I had fabricated Evelyn in my mind as a way to cope with the loneliness of starting over in a new city. But the memories were so clear, so vivid, that it felt impossible to dismiss them as a figment of my imagination. Eventually, I moved out of the building. The unanswered questions and the lingering unease became too much to bear. But even now, years later, I still think about Evelyn. I've never shared this story with many people. Most wouldn't believe me, and I wouldn't blame them. I'm not sure I even believe it myself, but every so often, when I catch a faint whiff of lavender in the air, I stop and remember her. And I wonder if somehow she's still there, watching over the apartment she called home for so many years. The drive felt endless, stretching over hours of flat highways and rolling landscapes that blurred into a monotony of asphalt and sky. I had set out on this trip with a sense of purpose, determined to escape the chaos of my life for just a little while. My recent breakup had left me emotionally drained, and I thought the open road might offer the kind of clarity I desperately needed. For the most part, it worked. Driving helped me clear my mind, the miles ticking by like a kind of therapy. But by the second day, the excitement had worn off. I had underestimated the sheer physical toll of driving for hours on end. My lower back ached, my eyes felt heavy, and I kept glancing at the clock, calculating how far I could push myself before it became unsafe. When the sky began to darken, and the horizon was tinged with the pinks and oranges of twilight, I knew I had to find somewhere to stop. I had passed a few chain motels earlier in the day, but by the time exhaustion crept in, there were no familiar names in sight. Instead, a small neon sign appeared up ahead, glowing red against the deepening night, sunset in vacancy. It wasn't exactly inviting, but I told myself it didn't need to be. I just needed somewhere to sleep. The motel parking lot was nearly empty, with only a handful of cars scattered across the cracked pavement. The building itself was nondescript, with peeling paint and flickering exterior lights that cast harsh shadows against the walls. As I stepped out of the car, the air smelled faintly of gasoline and dust. I hesitated for a moment, glancing around, but there was no one in sight. The quiet felt unsettling, but fatigue overrode my unease. The receptionist at the front desk barely acknowledged me when I entered. He handed me a key without much fanfare, muttering the room number as if it was an afterthought. I remember thinking he didn't even seem surprised to see me, like this kind of encounter was routine for him. Maybe it was. I didn't care enough to ask. I just wanted to sleep. The room was exactly what you'd expect from a budget motel. A small, dimly lit box with a bed, a nightstand, and a television mounted on the wall. The wallpaper was faded and peeling in spots, and the carpet had an unmistakable musty smell that reminded me of damp basements. The bed, though, looked clean, and that was all I needed. I locked the door behind me, sliding the chain into place as an extra precaution. I didn't bother unpacking. Instead, I changed into a pair of sweatpants and a loose t-shirt, brushed my teeth quickly, and climbed into bed. My body sank into the mattress, which was firmer than I would have liked, but it hardly mattered. My head hit the pillow, and I was asleep within minutes. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night, the kind of jarring awakening where you're not quite sure if something external disturbed you, or if it was just your own restless mind. At first, everything seemed still. The room was bathed in shadows, the faint glow of the parking lot light filtering through the heavy curtains. I blinked a few times, trying to shake the grogginess. Then I heard it, a faint scratching sound. At first, I thought it was my imagination. The sound was so soft, like the whisper of fabric brushing against something. But as I lay there, frozen in place, the sound became more distinct. It was coming from the direction of the door. My first thought was that it might be an animal. Maybe a stray cat or a raccoon wandering too close to the building. But the more I listened, the more deliberate it seemed. It wasn't random. It was rhythmic, like someone was using a tool to scrape against metal. My chest tightened. I stayed perfectly still, straining to hear. The scratching stopped for a moment, only to be replaced by a faint clicking sound. It was unmistakable now. Someone was tampering with the lock. My heart began to race, a cold knot of fear forming in the pit of my stomach. I told myself to stay calm, but my mind was racing through worst-case scenarios. Who would be trying to break into a random motel room in the middle of the night? Was it a thief looking for valuables? Or was it something worse? The doorknob jiggled. I felt like my body had turned to stone. Every instinct screamed at me to move, to make some kind of noise to scare them off, but I was too terrified to act. The faint clicking continued, each sound grating against my nerves like nails on a chalkboard. Eventually, the noise stopped. For a moment, there was silence, and I allowed myself to hope that whoever it was had given up. But then I heard it again, the faint shuffle of footsteps moving away from the door. The sound grew fainter and fainter until it disappeared altogether. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, my body tense and my mind racing. Every creak of the building, Every gust of wind outside sent my heart racing. I didn't dare open the door to check. I told myself it was safer to stay inside, to keep the chain locked and wait until daylight. When the first rays of sunlight began to creep through the curtains, I got out of bed and began packing my things. My movements were mechanical, driven more by instinct than conscious thought. I just wanted to get out of there. As I handed my key back to the receptionist, I briefly mentioned what had happened during the night. He looked surprised, but there wasn't much he could say. He muttered something about how unusual it was and assured me they'd look into it. I didn't press the issue. I just wanted to leave. Driving away from the motel, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following me. The highway stretched out before me, familiar and endless, but the sense of freedom I'd felt at the beginning of the trip was gone. That experience left a mark on me. For weeks afterward, I found myself double-checking the locks on my doors at home, jumping at every unexpected noise. I kept replaying the night in my mind, wondering who that person was and what might have happened if I hadn't woken up. Even now, years later, I can't walk into a hotel room without feeling a twinge of unease. I always research where I'm staying, read reviews, and make sure the locks are secure. It's a small price to pay for peace of mind, but I can't help but think about how much worse that night could have been. Sometimes, the quiet places you think are the safest turn out to be the most dangerous of all. The experience stayed with me in ways I didn't fully understand at the time. What began as an ordinary road trip transformed into something I couldn't shake. A memory etched so deeply into my mind that it felt like a shadow always lingering in the corner of my vision. Even after I returned home and resumed my daily life, the unease lingered, an unwelcome guest that followed me everywhere. I started noticing things I hadn't before. The way I'd glance over my shoulder while walking to my car at night. How my hand would hover over the lock on my apartment door, triple checking that it was secure. It was as though I'd been awakened to a vulnerability I hadn't realized existed. Friends noticed the change, of course. They asked why I seemed distracted or why I suddenly declined invitations to weekend trips. I didn't know how to explain it. How do you tell someone that something as simple as a creaking floorboard can make your heart race? Over time, the fear became less sharp but never entirely disappeared. It was like a dull ache, something you could live with but never fully ignore. I found myself researching locks and security systems, buying gadgets I'd never cared about before, a door jammer, a portable lock for hotel rooms, even a small can of pepper spray. I didn't want to live in fear, but I couldn't pretend that night hadn't changed me. And yet, what struck me most was the mystery of it all. Who was the person outside my door that night? What had they wanted? The questions haunted me, their answers elusive and unnerving. Were they just looking for an easy target, or did they have something far more sinister in mind? Did they choose my room by chance, or had they been watching me? The not knowing was the hardest part. My mind filled in the gaps with scenarios, each one darker than the last. I tried to tell myself it didn't matter, that the important thing was that I was safe. But that reassurance only went so far. Eventually, I found myself avoiding road trips altogether. The idea of staying in a motel or hotel made my stomach twist in knots. Even when traveling for work, I'd spend hours poring over reviews, looking for any mention of safety concerns. If I did stay somewhere unfamiliar, I'd barricade the door with whatever I could find, a chair, a suitcase, anything that might give me a few extra seconds if someone tried to get in. It wasn't a way to live, not really, but I adapted. I learned to balance caution with the need to keep moving forward. Life doesn't stop because you're scared. But even now, years later, the memory of that night resurfaces at the oddest times. A noise outside my apartment window will send me back to that dimly lit motel room, my heart racing as I wait for the silence to return. The feeling is less overwhelming than it once was, but it's always there, lurking just beneath the surface. I sometimes wonder if the person who tried to break in that night remembers me, or if I was just another forgettable moment in their life, one of countless attempts to push through a locked door. Maybe they've moved on, or maybe they're still out there, trying locks in the dead of night, searching for their next opportunity. I'll never know the truth, and maybe that's for the best. Some answers aren't meant to be found. What I do know is that the world feels different to me now. A little darker, a little less predictable. But in some ways, I think that awareness has made me stronger. I pay attention to things I didn't before, notice the small details that others might overlook. If that night taught me anything, it's that you can't always control what happens to you, but you can control how you respond. Fear doesn't have to define you, even when it feels overwhelming. And so I keep moving forward one step at a time. The road may be uncertain, but it's the only one we have. It happened years ago, yet even now, I find myself replaying the events in my mind, trying to make sense of what we experienced. Ryan and I were newly married, full of the kind of optimism and energy that makes you feel invincible. We both worked demanding jobs in the city, constantly tethered to our phones and laptops. So when the opportunity came to rent a cabin in the mountains for a quiet weekend, we jumped at it. It felt like the perfect way to unplug and breathe for a while. The cabin was described as secluded but cozy, perched on a hill with a view of a lake. I remember the listing emphasizing how it was off the beaten path, surrounded by nature and far from the distractions of modern life. At the time, that sounded idyllic. Now thinking back, the idea of being so far removed from everything carries an entirely different weight. We packed the car early that morning, loading up groceries, a couple of books, and a blanket I had been meaning to finish knitting. It was a bright, sunny day, the kind that feels perfect for a road trip. Ryan handled most of the driving, humming along to the playlist he'd put together for the trip. I had a paper map in my lap, although he teased me for it, saying the GPS would be more than enough to get us there. The drive to the mountains was uneventful, even peaceful. The highway curved gently between valleys and hills, the trees on either side of the road transitioning to their autumn colors. We stopped for coffee at a little diner along the way, laughing about how neither of us could remember the last time we'd seen an actual payphone, which sat outside the diner like a relic of another time. The turnoff to the cabin was supposed to be straightforward. According to the directions, we'd leave the highway and follow a paved road for about an hour until we reached a dirt path that would take us directly to the property. The problem began when the GPS directed us to take a turn that wasn't mentioned in the instructions I had printed. The paved road gave way to gravel and then to dirt, winding its way through increasingly dense forest. At first, I wasn't too worried. It was the kind of road you'd expect in a remote area, narrow but manageable, with the occasional bump or pothole. The trees grew thicker as we drove, their branches stretching overhead to form a canopy that filtered the late afternoon sunlight. It was beautiful in a way, but also a little disconcerting. The further we went, the more it felt like the road was pulling us deeper into something. The GPS signal dropped not long after we left the paved road. I glanced down at my phone and saw that it had no service either. I unfolded the paper map, trying to make sense of where we were, but without any landmarks or road signs, it was impossible to pinpoint our location. Ryan kept driving, though I could sense his growing unease. The road seemed to go on forever, twisting and turning without any clear indication of where it was leading. Every so often he would glance at me, his jaw tightening slightly, but neither of us said anything. I think we were both trying to convince ourselves that we'd eventually find our way back to the main road. It must have been at least half an hour later when we saw it. The gas station appeared suddenly, just off the side of the road. It was an old-fashioned building, the kind you'd expect to see in a black and white photo from the 1950s. The pumps were vintage, their faded red paint chipped and worn. A rusting sign hung above the building, its once bright lettering barely visible. At first, I felt a wave of relief. A gas station meant we weren't completely lost. Maybe we could ask for directions, or at the very least, confirm that we were on the right track. But as we pulled into the gravel lot, that relief was quickly replaced by unease. The station looked abandoned, yet not entirely. The lights inside the building were on, casting a faint glow through the dusty windows, and a neon sign above the door flickered weakly. The air felt oddly still, as though the place existed in its own pocket of time, untouched by the world outside. We parked near the pumps and stepped out of the car. The sound of our footsteps on the gravel was the only noise, loud against the oppressive silence. I remember feeling a sudden chill, though the sun hadn't fully set yet, and the air should have still been warm. As we approached the building, the lights began to flicker. It was subtle at first, barely noticeable, but then it became more erratic, like a failing light bulb struggling to hold on. The closer we got, the heavier the air seemed to feel, pressing down on my chest in a way that made it hard to breathe. And then it happened. The gas station vanished. One moment, it was there, solid, tangible, the details of the pumps and the building etched clearly in my memory. And the next, it was gone. The lot where it had stood was now overgrown with weeds and trees, as if no one had set foot there in decades. I stood frozen, unable to process what I was seeing. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it, but there was no explanation that fit. The gas station hadn't been an illusion. We'd both seen it, heard our footsteps on the gravel as we walked toward it, and yet it was gone. The air around us felt even colder now, carrying a faint, earthy smell that hadn't been there before. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up, my instincts screaming at me to leave. We got back in the car without speaking, and Ryan started the engine. The sound of it breaking the silence was almost jarring. As we drove away, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the gas station reappear behind us. It didn't, but the unease stayed with me. When we finally found our way back to the main road, it was well past dark. The paved road eventually led us to the cabin, which sat perched on a hill exactly as the listing had described. But even as we unloaded the car and settled in, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. That night, as I lay in bed staring at the wooden beams of the ceiling, my mind kept replaying the moment the gas station disappeared. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it had been an abandoned site that we'd misinterpreted, or maybe the fading light had played tricks on our eyes. But none of those explanations felt right. I knew what I had seen, and so did Ryan. Years later, I still think about that drive, about the wrong turn that led us to that strange, impossible place. I've told the story to a few people, but no one seems to have an answer. Some dismiss it as a trick of the mind, others as an overactive imagination. But deep down, I know it was something else. There are places in this world that don't belong to any map, places that exist just beyond the edge of understanding. I don't know if we stumbled into one of those places that day, or if it stumbled into us. All I know is that I'll never forget it, and I'll never, ever take an unmarked road again. It was my junior year of college when I moved into an off-campus apartment with my best friend, Megan. It was a big deal for both of us. We'd spent the first 2 years navigating the chaos of dorm life, shared bathrooms, noisy hallways, and a complete lack of privacy. This apartment felt like a step into adulthood, a chance to carve out a space of our own. It wasn't anything fancy, just a 2-bedroom unit on the second floor of an old, slightly rundown building, but to us, it felt perfect. The apartment had its quirks: squeaky wooden floors, radiators that clanged loudly in the winter, and windows that rattled on particularly windy nights. But we didn't mind. We spent those first weeks decorating it with cheap posters, thrift store furniture, and fairy lights that made the place feel warm and cozy. It quickly became our little sanctuary. I remember feeling a sense of pride every time I unlocked the door. This was our place, away from the campus crowds, where we could finally have some peace and quiet. It was a refreshing change, and for the first month, life settled into an easy rhythm. Megan and I both had busy schedules, juggling classes, part-time jobs, and late-night study sessions, but the apartment was always a comforting constant. That sense of comfort lasted until one night in October. It was a Thursday, and I remember feeling particularly drained. Midterms had taken their toll, and for once, I decided to call it an early night. Normally, I was the kind of person who thrived in the late hours, but that night, sleep felt like the only thing I needed. I climbed into bed sometime around 11 p.m., pulled the covers up to my chin, and drifted off almost immediately. What woke me up, I still can't say for sure. At first, I thought it was a dream, the kind of half-formed noise that startles you out of a deep sleep. But as I blinked in the darkness, I became aware of something that sent a chill through me. There was a knocking sound, sharp and deliberate, coming from my bedroom window. For a moment, I froze, unsure of what to do. My heart started to race as I tried to make sense of what I was hearing. My bedroom was on the second floor. There was no fire escape, no balcony, and nothing that would make it easy for someone to reach my window. It didn't make sense. I told myself it could have been anything, a branch tapping against the glass, maybe even an animal, but deep down, I knew better. The knocking came again, 3 loud, deliberate raps that cut through the silence of the night. It wasn't random or accidental. Someone was out there. My stomach twisted at the thought, and I felt a surge of fear I hadn't experienced before. I stayed perfectly still, listening, straining to hear anything else. The apartment was old and creaky, and I could hear the usual groans of the wooden beams, but nothing else. No footsteps, no voices, no sign of movement. The knocking stopped, but the silence that followed was somehow worse. I debated whether or not to look out the window. Part of me desperately wanted to see who, or what, was out there, but another part of me was terrified of what I might find. The idea of pulling back the curtain and seeing a face staring back at me made my skin crawl. I sat in bed, frozen with indecision. My room was completely dark, and I realized with some relief that whoever was outside probably couldn't see in. The curtains were drawn, and I was grateful for that small barrier between me and whatever was out there. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours. Just as I started to convince myself that maybe it was nothing, the knocking resumed. This time it was louder, more insistent. Whoever was out there wasn't going away. Something inside me snapped. I couldn't just sit there, paralyzed by fear. I had to do something, even if it was just to confirm my worst suspicions. Slowly, I got out of bed and crept toward the window. The floorboards creaked under my weight, and I winced at the sound, half convinced that whoever was outside could hear it too. When I reached the edge of the curtain, I hesitated. My hand hovered over the fabric, trembling slightly. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for whatever I was about to see, and pulled the curtain back just a sliver. At first, I saw nothing out of the ordinary. The dim glow of the streetlight outside illuminated the parking lot and the sidewalk below. The world seemed eerily still, as though frozen in time. My eyes scanned the scene, searching for anything unusual, and that's when I saw it. There was a ladder leaning against the side of the building, directly beneath my window. My breath caught in my throat. The ladder hadn't been there earlier that day. I was certain of it. It hadn't just appeared by accident. Someone had brought it there, propped it against the wall, and climbed up to my window. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. Was it a prank? A burglar? Something worse? I let the curtain fall back into place and stumbled away from the window, my heart pounding. The realization that someone had gone to such lengths to reach my window sent a wave of panic through me. This wasn't random. Whoever was out there had a plan, and I didn't want to stick around to find out what it was. I stayed awake the rest of the night, unable to shake the feeling of unease. The knocking had stopped, and when I finally worked up the courage to peek out the window again, the ladder was gone. It was as though whoever had been there had vanished into thin air. The following morning, I couldn't stop replaying the events of the night in my mind. Megan tried to reassure me that it was probably just a prank, but her words did little to calm me. I kept thinking about the deliberate way they had knocked, the fact that they had brought a ladder, and the way they had disappeared so quickly. It didn't feel like a harmless joke. It felt intentional, calculated. For weeks, I was on edge. Every shadow outside, every creak of the floorboards felt like a potential threat. I started double-checking the locks on the doors and windows, pulling the curtains tightly shut, and jumping at the slightest noise. Megan teased me about being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching, waiting. Eventually, the anxiety became too much. A month after that night, I made the decision to move out. I didn't tell Megan the real reason. I didn't want her to feel guilty or think I was overreacting, but I couldn't stay in that apartment. The sense of safety and comfort I'd once felt there was gone, replaced by a lingering fear I couldn't ignore. I found another place closer to campus, a small studio apartment in a building with secure entry. For the first time in weeks, I started to feel like I could breathe again. Looking back, I still don't know who was outside my window that night or what their intentions were. Maybe it was a harmless prank, or maybe it wasn't. I'll never know, but that experience left a mark on me. Even now, years later, I can't hear knocking without tensing up. It's a sound that takes me right back to that dark, quiet room, to the ladder propped against the wall, and to the unanswered question of who had been there and why. Some things stay with you, no matter how much time passes. That night taught me to trust my instincts, to take fear seriously, and to always be cautious. Because sometimes the scariest things are the ones that can't be explained. It was several years ago when this happened, but the memory is as vivid as if it were yesterday. I was on a cross-country drive, moving to a new city for a fresh start. I had just finished graduate school and had landed a job that felt like the first real step toward building the life I'd always imagined. My car was packed with everything I owned, and I'd planned the trip meticulously. But even the best plans can falter when fatigue sets in. That night, I was somewhere in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by endless stretches of highway and darkness. I had been driving for hours, my playlist long since exhausted, and the caffeine from my last gas station coffee barely keeping me alert. My shoulders ached, my eyes burned, and the faint glow of my dashboard lights seemed to pulse with the rhythm of my exhaustion. I told myself I'd stop at the next motel I saw, no matter how rundown it looked. Eventually I spotted one. It appeared on the horizon like a beacon, though not a particularly welcoming one. The neon vacancy sign buzzed faintly, the light flickering as though it might give out at any moment. The building itself was small, squat, and unremarkable, just another roadside motel like so many others. I pulled into the nearly empty parking lot, noting only 2 or 3 other cars scattered around. Inside, the lobby was dimly lit and eerily quiet. The air smelled faintly of mildew, mixed with the sharp tang of cleaning chemicals that only seemed to mask the underlying dampness. The desk clerk was a thin, older man with glasses that magnified his eyes. He handed me the key without much ceremony, his expression neutral and detached. I remember the briefest flicker of something in his demeanor when he told me the room number, but I was too tired to dwell on it. The room itself was exactly what I expected for the price. The wallpaper was faded and peeling at the edges, and the bedspread was a tired floral pattern that looked like it hadn't been replaced in decades. The air felt heavy, carrying the same faint dampness I'd noticed in the lobby. A single buzzing light bulb hung in the middle of the room, casting a weak, yellowish glow. It wasn't welcoming, but it was a bed, and that was all I needed. I didn't even bother unpacking. I kicked off my shoes, set my bag by the door, and collapsed onto the bed. The mattress sagged in the middle, but I didn't care. Exhaustion overtook me almost immediately, and I drifted into a deep, dreamless sleep. Sometime later, I woke suddenly, my heart racing as though something had startled me. The room was pitch dark except for the faint light filtering through the thin curtains from the parking lot outside. I reached for my phone and saw that it was just after 3 in the morning. For a moment, I lay there, trying to figure out what had woken me. That's when I heard it. It started faintly, so soft I almost didn't notice it at first. A whispering sound, barely audible, like the rustling of leaves in a distant breeze. I thought it might be the wind outside, or maybe the sound of cars passing on the highway. But as I lay there, straining to listen, I realized it wasn't coming from outside. The sound was inside the room. My breath caught in my throat as I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the pipes or the creak of the old building settling. But the longer I listened, the clearer it became. These were voices, several of them, overlapping and indistinct. They weren't loud, but they were unmistakable. Some were deep and gravelly, others high-pitched and soft, almost childlike. I lay frozen, my heart pounding so loudly it felt like it might drown out the whispers. I couldn't make out what they were saying. The words were jumbled, like a dozen conversations happening at once, none of them in a language I could recognize. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, that I was still half asleep and dreaming. But the whispers didn't stop. They seemed to move, shifting from one corner of the room to another, as though they were circling me. I sat up in bed, my hands trembling as I reached for the bedside lamp. The soft click of the switch was almost deafening in the silence that followed. For a brief moment, the whispers stopped, and the room felt eerily quiet. I scanned the room, my eyes darting to every corner. It looked the same as it had when I'd fallen asleep, empty, but the air felt heavier now, oppressive, as though the room itself was watching me. Then the whispers started again, louder this time, more insistent. Grabbing my phone, I turned on the flashlight and began to search the room. I checked under the bed, behind the curtains, in the closet, and even in the tiny bathroom. Each space was as empty as the last, but the whispers didn't fade. They grew louder, more chaotic, filling the room with a dissonant hum that made my skin crawl. I felt a deep, primal fear, a kind of terror I'd never experienced before. It wasn't just the sound that unnerved me. It was the feeling that I wasn't alone, that whatever was making the whispers wasn't just noise. I knew I couldn't stay. I grabbed my bag, slipped on my shoes, and bolted for the door. I didn't even bother locking it behind me. Outside, the cool night air hit me like a wave, but it did little to calm the pounding of my heart. I got into my car and started the engine, my hands shaking so badly I could barely turn the key. As I pulled out of the parking lot, I glanced back at the motel. The building loomed in the darkness, its windows blank and lifeless. I drove until I found a 24-hour diner a few miles down the road. The bright fluorescent lights and the smell of coffee were a stark contrast to the oppressive darkness of the motel. I sat in a booth, staring out the window, trying to make sense of what had happened. For years, I tried to rationalize the experience. Maybe I was overtired and my mind had played tricks on me. Maybe it was just the sound of old pipes or thin walls, and I'd let my imagination run wild. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. The memory of those whispers still haunts me. Sometimes late at night, I think I hear faint murmurs just out of earshot, like a half-remembered dream. I tell myself it's nothing, just the hum of the air conditioner or the creak of the house settling. But a part of me can't help but wonder if whatever was in that room followed me, lingering at the edges of my awareness, waiting. I don't stay in roadside motels anymore. No matter how tired I am, I keep driving until I find a place that feels safe. Because once you experience something like that, it leaves a mark, a quiet, persistent reminder that some things can't be explained. It was a few years ago when I found myself on the loneliest stretch of road I had ever driven. Highway 23, running through the middle of nowhere, with miles of dense woods on either side, was as isolating as it was quiet. I remember the night well. It was cold, moonless, and unnervingly still. I had set out late, a little after 11 p.m., on a whim to visit my sister in Ashford. Our relationship had been strained for a while, and I thought a surprise visit might be a way to reconnect. The timing wasn't ideal, but I was restless, and the open road seemed like a good escape from my own thoughts. The first hour or so of the drive was uneventful. The road stretched ahead of me, a narrow ribbon of asphalt cutting through the dense forest. My headlights illuminated only what was directly in front of me, leaving the rest of the world in impenetrable darkness. The hum of the engine and the faint static from the radio were the only sounds breaking the silence. I remember thinking how odd it was to feel so small, surrounded by all that emptiness. The trees on either side of the highway felt like walls, enclosing me in this endless corridor of night. As the minutes ticked by, I started to feel the weight of the drive. I wasn't tired exactly, but there was a creeping unease that I couldn't quite shake. It was the kind of feeling that sneaks up on you when you're alone for too long, when the silence becomes oppressive, and your mind starts to wander into darker places. I tried to push the feeling aside, focusing on the road and keeping my thoughts on Ashford, imagining how my sister might react when she saw me on her doorstep. It must have been close to midnight when I saw him. At first, I thought it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. The figure appeared suddenly, emerging from the shadows on the side of the road. As my car approached, the beams of my headlights illuminated him, revealing a man standing perfectly still. He was facing the road, his arm raised in a gesture that was unmistakably a plea for a ride. I instinctively slowed down, my curiosity piqued despite the growing sense of unease in the pit of my stomach. He was wearing a dark leather jacket and jeans, his figure lean and slightly hunched. I couldn't see his face clearly, but there was something unsettling about his posture. He wasn't shifting his weight or looking around. He was just standing there, as still as a statue, as if he'd been waiting for me specifically. I scanned the area for any sign of a broken-down car or a bag that might indicate he was traveling, but there was nothing. Just him, standing alone in the darkness. The thought crossed my mind that maybe he was stranded, but something about the way he held himself made me hesitate. I couldn't explain it at the time, but my instincts were screaming at me to keep driving. I passed him without stopping, the figure disappearing from view as quickly as it had appeared. For the next few minutes, I couldn't stop thinking about him. I felt a pang of guilt for not stopping to help. What if he really was stranded? What if he was in trouble? But the unease I'd felt when I saw him was too strong to ignore. I told myself that someone else would come along and help him, that I'd done the right thing by not stopping. The road ahead seemed endless, stretching on into the darkness with no sign of civilization in sight. The unease I'd felt earlier hadn't gone away. If anything, it had grown stronger. I kept glancing in my rearview mirror, half expecting to see the man still standing there, but the road behind me was empty. And then I saw him again. At first, I thought I must have been mistaken. There, in the distance, illuminated by my headlights, was the same man. The same leather jacket, the same posture, the same outstretched arm. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at him, my mind racing to make sense of what I was seeing. It was impossible for him to have gotten ahead of me. There were no turnoffs, no shortcuts, and I hadn't passed any vehicles. And yet, there he was. This time, I slowed down almost to a stop, my heart pounding in my chest. I kept my doors locked and my foot hovering over the gas pedal, ready to speed off at the first sign of trouble. For a long moment, I just sat there staring at him, trying to convince myself that it had to be a coincidence. Maybe it wasn't the same guy. Maybe my tired mind was playing tricks on me. But I knew. Deep down, I knew it was him. I don't know what possessed me to roll down my window, even just a crack, but I did. The cold night air rushed in, and I called out, my voice trembling slightly as I asked if he needed help. He didn't respond. He didn't move. He just stood there, staring at me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. His face was partially obscured by shadows, but I could feel his gaze, sharp and unrelenting, like he was studying me. The silence was suffocating. My instincts, which had been whispering warnings earlier, were now screaming at me to leave. Without waiting for a response, I rolled up the window and hit the gas, my tires screeching against the pavement as I sped away. The further I drove, the more the fear started to set in. My rational mind was scrambling for an explanation. Maybe it wasn't the same man. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. But no matter how hard I tried to convince myself, the pit in my stomach told me otherwise. And then the sound started. It was faint at first, barely audible over the hum of the engine, but it grew louder with each passing second. A rhythmic thudding coming from above me. My chest tightened as the realization hit me. The sound was coming from the roof of my car. Panic set in. I gripped the steering wheel so tightly that my knuckles turned white, my mind racing with possibilities. Maybe it was a branch or debris that had fallen from a tree. Maybe it was an animal, but the sound was too deliberate, too steady. It wasn't random. It was footsteps. I didn't dare stop. I didn't dare look back. I just kept driving, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. The sound continued for what felt like an eternity, but in reality, it must have been only seconds. And then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. I saw the lights of a gas station up ahead and pulled in without hesitation, parking under the brightest light I could find. For a long moment, I just sat there, gripping the wheel and trying to steady my breathing. The thudding was gone, but the dread remained, clinging to me like a heavy fog. Eventually, I worked up the courage to get out of the car and check the roof. My hands were shaking as I ran them over the surface, searching for any sign of what might have caused the noise. But there was nothing. No branches, no dents, no scratches. Nothing. The rest of the drive to Ashford was a blur. I don't remember much about it, other than the fact that I didn't stop again. When I finally arrived at my sister's house just as the sun was coming up, I was too shaken to tell her what had happened. I chalked my silence up to exhaustion, but the truth was, I didn't know how to explain what I'd experienced. Even now, years later, I'm not sure what to make of that night. I've tried to rationalize it, to tell myself it was just my imagination or a trick of the light. But deep down, I know what I saw, what I heard. I haven't driven down Highway 23 since, and I don't plan to. There are some things that are better left unexplored, some roads better left untraveled. And if you ever find yourself driving down that lonely stretch of road in the dead of night, do yourself a favor. Keep your doors locked, your windows up, and whatever you do, don't stop. I've always been someone who finds peace in solitude. For as long as I can remember, I've appreciated the quiet moments when the world slows down. Jogging at night became my way of finding that quiet, the stillness of the darkened streets, the cool air brushing against my face, the rhythm of my feet hitting the pavement. It all came together to create a sense of calm that I rarely found during the day. Living in a quiet suburb, I never thought twice about my nightly runs. It was a safe neighborhood, the kind where people left their doors unlocked and kids played in the streets until dusk. Crime was almost unheard of, and I felt comfortable going out alone, even after dark. My route was predictable, a 3-mile loop I could practically run in my sleep. It took me through well-lit streets, past rows of houses with neatly trimmed lawns, and occasionally down a quieter side road where the streetlights were spaced farther apart. That evening was no different from any other. I had finished dinner, cleaned up the kitchen, and spent some time unwinding on the couch. By the time I got up to lace my sneakers, it was nearing 9:30 p.m. The air was cool but pleasant, and the night seemed perfectly suited for a run. I slipped on my hoodie, tucked my phone into my pocket, and stepped outside. The familiar sense of anticipation kicked in as I adjusted my earbuds and started down the driveway. The first stretch of my route always felt like a warm-up. The streets were wide and well lit, with cars parked neatly along the curbs and porch lights glowing faintly in the distance. I settled into a steady pace, letting the music in my ears drown out the occasional rustle of leaves or distant bark of a dog. The world around me was quiet, peaceful, and predictable, the way I liked it. About halfway into my run, I noticed the car. I had just turned onto one of the quieter streets, where the houses were spaced farther apart and the streetlights left long stretches of shadow between pools of light. The soft glow of headlights appeared behind me, and for a moment, I didn't think much of it. Cars passed through the neighborhood all the time, often driving slowly as they navigated the residential streets. But this car didn't pass me. It was moving unusually slowly, almost crawling, and it stayed behind me as I continued running. I glanced back briefly, pretending to adjust my hair. It was a dark sedan, and its windows were tinted enough that I couldn't make out who was inside. A small twinge of unease prickled at the back of my neck, but I brushed it off. Maybe the driver was looking for an address, or waiting for someone. There were plenty of reasonable explanations. As I turned the corner onto another street, I expected the car to continue straight, but it didn't. It turned with me, its headlights casting long shadows on the pavement ahead. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the steady rhythm of my breathing and the music in my ears. But the feeling of being watched was hard to shake. The car continued to match my pace. If I sped up slightly, so did it. If I slowed down, it followed suit. By the time I reached the end of the block, my initial unease had turned into a gnawing sense of dread. I scanned the street ahead, looking for any sign of another person or an open business, but the neighborhood was as quiet and deserted as it had been all evening. I turned down another street, hoping to lose the car, or at least convince myself it wasn't actually following me. But it turned again. There was no doubt now, it was deliberate. My mind raced with questions. Who's in the car? What did they want? Were they just messing with me, or was it something more sinister? The once familiar streets of my neighborhood suddenly felt foreign and unwelcoming. The soft glow of the streetlights seemed dimmer, and the shadows between them stretched farther than I remembered. My legs felt heavy, not from exhaustion but from the weight of my growing fear. That's when I spotted the house. It was one of the few with its porch light still on, its warm yellow glow cutting through the darkness. Without thinking, I veered off the sidewalk and made my way toward it. My steps slowed as I climbed the porch, trying to appear calm and casual despite the panic coursing through me. The car pulled up to the curb and stopped. My back was to it, but I could feel the driver's gaze on me, heavy and unrelenting. I reached into my pocket, pretending to pull out a set of keys. My hands trembled as I fumbled with the doorknob, going through the motions as if I were unlocking the door. For what felt like an eternity, I stood there, my heart pounding in my chest as I tried to keep my breathing steady. My mind raced through scenarios, each one more unsettling than the last. What if the driver got out of the car? What if they called my bluff and walked up to the porch? Eventually, the car began to move again. It rolled forward slowly, its headlights sweeping across the street as it crept away. Even as it disappeared around the corner, I didn't dare move. My legs felt rooted to the spot, and my body refused to relax. What if they circled back? What if they were waiting just out of sight? I stayed on the porch for what must have been 20 minutes, glancing around nervously and pretending to check my phone. Every sound, the rustle of leaves, the distant hum of a passing car, made my heart leap. When I finally worked up the courage to leave, I took the long way home, cutting through back alleys and side streets I hadn't walked in years. The familiar streets of my neighborhood now felt like a maze, every turn a calculated decision to stay out of sight. By the time I reached my front door, my legs were shaking, and my breath came in shallow gasps. I locked the door behind me and slid to the floor, my back pressed against the cool wood. For a long time, I just sat there, replaying the encounter in my head. The dark sedan, the weight of the driver's gaze, the slow creep of the car as it followed me. All of it felt surreal, like a scene from a movie. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the car's headlights and felt the oppressive silence of the empty street. My quiet suburb no longer felt as safe as it once had. The thought of going for another nighttime jog filled me with a cold, creeping dread. In the weeks that followed, I tried to make sense of what had happened. I told myself it could have been nothing, that the driver might have been lost or distracted. But deep down, I knew better. There was an intent behind their actions, a deliberate choice to follow me, to stop at the curb and watch. I haven't gone jogging at night since. The streets that once brought me comfort and peace now feel like a place of uncertainty. And while I may never know who was in that car or what their intentions were, I've learned to trust my instincts. That night, my decision to seek safety, to pretend that porch was mine, might have been what kept me out of harm's way. It's a thought that stays with me, a reminder of how quickly the familiar can become unfamiliar and how important it is to listen to that inner voice when something feels wrong. It happened several years ago, but the memory remains vivid, etched into my mind with an unsettling clarity. At the time, I never imagined that a simple camping trip with friends could leave me with a story I'd rather forget, one that still creeps into my thoughts when I find myself in quiet, dark places. There were 5 of us on the trip: Mark, Jenna, Lisa, Tom, and me. Mark was the one who had planned everything. He was the outdoorsman of the group, the kind of guy who could confidently tell you which berries were safe to eat or how to start a fire in the rain. The rest of us were less experienced, but we trusted him. We liked the idea of getting away from the city, trading our routines for a few days in nature. Mark found the campsite online, a remote spot deep in a forest far from any major roads or towns. He described it as pristine and untouched, a place where we could experience true solitude. The drive to the site was long, taking us over winding back roads that grew narrower and rougher the further we went. By the time we reached the trailhead, we were miles away from anything resembling civilization. The forest around us was dense, with tall pines that stretched endlessly in every direction. There was something almost intimidating about the sheer scale of it, the way the trees seemed to swallow the light. But it was also beautiful. The air was crisp and fresh, and there was a kind of silence that felt profound, as though the forest itself was holding its breath. The hike to the campsite was strenuous, especially with our gear weighing us down, but Mark led the way confidently, using a map and compass. After about an hour, we arrived at the clearing where we would set up camp. The spot was perfect, just as Mark had promised. It was a small, flat area surrounded by trees, with a fire pit made of stones in the center. There was no sign that anyone else had been there recently, which only added to the sense of isolation. We spent the first evening setting up our tents and getting accustomed to the rhythm of camping. Mark showed us how to build a proper fire, and we gathered wood from the surrounding forest. As the sun set, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, we sat around the fire, enjoying the novelty of being disconnected from the rest of the world. The flames crackled and popped, casting flickering shadows on the trees around us. We laughed and joked, feeling the stress of our normal lives melt away. That night, as I lay in my tent, I felt a rare sense of peace. The sounds of the forest, the rustling of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the chirping of crickets, were like a lullaby. The air was cool but not cold, and I drifted off easily, feeling safe in the cocoon of my sleeping bag. The next day was spent exploring the area. We hiked along a narrow trail that wound its way through the forest, stopping to take pictures and admire the scenery. At one point, we stumbled upon a small creek, its water so clear you could see the stones on the bottom. We spent a while there, splashing in the water and skipping rocks. It felt like we were kids again, free from responsibility and the pressures of adult life. By the time we returned to camp that evening, we were tired but in high spirits. We cooked dinner over the fire, simple meals but satisfying after a long day. The conversation flowed easily, and we stayed up late, watching the stars come out. It was one of those nights that felt timeless, as though nothing existed outside of that small circle of firelight. The second night started much the same as the first, but something shifted as the hours went on. I woke up sometime after midnight, though I wasn't sure what had disturbed me at first. The fire outside had burned down to embers, casting a faint orange glow that seeped into the tent. I lay there for a moment, listening to the sounds of the forest. But it was quiet, too quiet. The usual hum of insects and distant rustles had stopped, leaving an oppressive silence in their place. Then I heard it, footsteps. They were slow and deliberate, crunching on the forest floor. At first, I thought it must be one of my friends, but the sound didn't seem to come from any of the tents. My next thought was an animal, a deer or maybe a bear, but the steps were too measured, too heavy. They didn't fit the erratic movements of an animal foraging in the underbrush. I lay frozen, my heart pounding in my chest. The footsteps grew louder, moving closer to the fire pit. I couldn't see anything from inside the tent, but the sound was unmistakable. I debated whether to unzip the tent and look outside. A part of me was terrified of what I might see, but curiosity got the better of me. Slowly, I pulled the zipper down just enough to peer out. The fire pit was dimly illuminated by the faint glow of the embers, and standing beside it was a figure. It was tall and wearing what looked like a dark hooded jacket. The figure's back was to me, and it stood completely still, facing the remains of the fire. It didn't move, didn't make a sound. My breath caught in my throat, and I felt a chill run down my spine. There was something profoundly wrong about the scene. The figure didn't look like someone who had accidentally wandered into our campsite. It looked deliberate, like it was waiting for something. The longer I stared, the more unnatural it seemed. I pulled back into the tent, my heart racing. I didn't dare make a sound. I lay there listening, but the footsteps didn't start again. The night remained eerily silent. By morning, the figure was gone. When we emerged from the tents, the fire pit looked undisturbed. There were no footprints in the soft dirt around the site, no broken branches, no sign that anyone had been there. The others insisted that I must have been dreaming, but I knew what I'd seen. The memory of that still, hooded figure lingered in my mind, refusing to be dismissed. We decided to cut the trip short and leave that morning. The forest, which had seemed so inviting just a day earlier, now felt oppressive. The trees seemed to press in on us as we hiked back to the car, their shadows long and dark despite the rising sun. When we got home, Jenna did some research on the area. She found articles about unsolved disappearances in that forest, stories of hikers and campers who had vanished without a trace. In some cases, their belongings were found intact at their campsites, as though they had simply walked away. One account mentioned sightings of a hooded figure near the locations where people had disappeared. The details matched what I had seen that night, down to the unnerving stillness. The experience has stayed with me ever since. I haven't been camping again, and I doubt I ever will. The forest, once a place of beauty and tranquility, now feels like a place of mystery and danger. I often think about that figure by the fire pit, its silhouette burned into my memory. Was it just a person passing through, or something else entirely? I don't think I'll ever know. But one thing is certain. There are places in the world where the line between the natural and the unnatural blurs, and in those places, you can never truly be sure of what's watching you. Sometimes I wonder if the forest itself was hiding secrets, things it didn't want us to uncover. It's not just the figure that haunts me, it's the silence that surrounded it, the way the forest seemed to hold its breath, as though it too was afraid of whatever stood in the clearing that night. Mark tried to rationalize the experience later, insisting that what I saw was probably a lost hiker or maybe someone from a nearby property wandering through. But there were no nearby properties, no other hikers, nothing in that area except miles and miles of untouched wilderness. Even Mark's attempts to explain it away sounded hollow, like he didn't believe his own words. There were moments after we returned when I would wake up in the middle of the night, heart pounding, convinced I could hear those same slow, deliberate footsteps outside my window. The fear wasn't logical. I knew I was safe in my home, far away from that forest, but fear doesn't listen to reason. It creeps in and takes hold, and in the darkness it grows. Jenna's research only deepened the unease. The stories she found weren't just old legends. They were documented cases, real people who had vanished without a trace. A family camping trip in the 1980s where the parents disappeared overnight, leaving their children to wander out of the forest alone. A young couple on a weekend getaway whose belongings were found neatly packed in their tent, untouched, as though they'd simply walked away. And then there were the sightings. Descriptions of a hooded figure that matched what I had seen, always near the sites of disappearances, always vanishing without a trace. It wasn't long before the stories began to blend into my own memories, creating a tapestry of fear and uncertainty that I couldn't unravel. I avoided talking about the trip with anyone outside our group. It felt too surreal, too unbelievable, like something out of a horror movie. And yet, it was real. I was there. I saw it. Over time, we all drifted apart. Life moved on, and the camping trip became a distant memory for most of US. But for me, it never really ended. It's always there, lurking in the back of my mind, a reminder that there are places in the world where the rules we take for granted don't seem to apply. Places where the line between the known and the unknown blurs, and the answers we seek may never come. Now, whenever I see a forest, I feel a pang of unease. I can't help but wonder what's hiding within those shadows, what stories the trees could tell if only they could speak. I try not to dwell on it too much, but sometimes late at night, when the world is quiet and the shadows are long, I find myself thinking about that figure by the fire pit. And I wonder if it's still out there, standing in the darkness, watching and waiting, For what, I'll never know. But I hope I never find out. Last summer, the idea of a remote camping trip seemed perfect. My friends and I had been feeling the grind of city life, our days filled with the monotony of work, deadlines, and endless notifications. Jake, my best friend since childhood, was the one who suggested we head deep into the national forest. It was the kind of place where cell service didn't exist, where the silence was only interrupted by the rustling of leaves and the distant calls of wildlife. The group consisted of 4 of us: Jake, his girlfriend Emily, my roommate Sarah, and me. We'd been camping together a few times before, but this trip felt different. Jake had scouted out a secluded location, far off the beaten path, and we were all excited about the prospect of a weekend completely disconnected from the modern world. It was meant to be a retreat, a way to recharge our minds in the simplicity of nature. We packed the essentials: tents, sleeping bags, food, and enough supplies to last us the weekend. The drive to the forest took several hours, the paved roads eventually giving way to dusty trails lined with towering trees. As the miles stretched on, the sights and sounds of civilization faded, replaced by the endless expanse of green. By the time we reached the trailhead, the afternoon sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows over the dirt path ahead. The hike to our campsite was about 2 miles. The trail twisted and turned through dense woods, with the occasional clearing offering glimpses of the sky. We were all in good spirits, chatting and laughing as we made our way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and carried the faint scent of pine and damp earth, a welcome change from the city's polluted haze. When we arrived at the clearing Jake had described, it was everything we'd hoped for. The site was nestled near a gentle stream, its waters sparkling in the sunlight and creating a soft, soothing murmur. The clearing itself was small, surrounded by a wall of trees that felt both protective and isolating. It was perfect. We set up camp quickly, pitching 2 tents and gathering firewood while there was still plenty of daylight. The sense of camaraderie was strong as we worked together, each of us slipping into the rhythm of the outdoors. Once everything was in place, we took a moment to relax and soak in the tranquility of our surroundings. The sun's rays filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the ground. The only sounds were the babbling stream and the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. As the day turned to evening, we built a fire in the center of the clearing. Flames danced and crackled, casting a warm glow that pushed back the encroaching darkness. Dinner was a simple affair of instant noodles and campfire-cooked hot dogs, but it tasted like a feast after our hike. The air grew cooler as the sun dipped below the horizon, and we huddled closer to the fire, sharing stories and laughing at jokes that probably wouldn't have been funny under normal circumstances. The forest came alive at night. Crickets chirped in a steady rhythm, their song punctuated by the occasional hoot of an owl or the distant rustle of something unseen. It was peaceful, yet there was an undeniable edge to the isolation. Out here, we were truly alone, miles away from anyone or anything. As the fire burned lower, our conversation shifted to ghost stories. It was tradition, after all. Emily recounted a story about a hitchhiker who vanished without a trace, her tone more amused than chilling. Jake added a tale about a hermit rumored to live in these woods, though it was clear he didn't believe it himself. Sarah rolled her eyes at their attempts, but even she couldn't deny the slight unease that crept in with the stories. Eventually, the night caught up with us. The fire had dwindled to glowing embers, and the cold was beginning to seep into our bones. We retreated to our tents, the warmth of our sleeping bags a welcome relief. The sounds of the forest became a soothing backdrop, lulling us into sleep. At some point in the night, I woke up. At first, I wasn't sure what had stirred me. The air in the tent was cool, and Sarah's breathing was slow and steady beside me. My mind was groggy, caught in that hazy space between dreaming and waking. But then the discomfort in my bladder reminded me of why I was awake. Reluctantly, I unzipped my sleeping bag and reached for my flashlight. The last thing I wanted was to venture into the cold night, but there was no avoiding it. Stepping out of the tent, I was struck by how bright the clearing was. The full moon hung high above, its silvery light spilling over the campsite and illuminating everything in a soft, otherworldly glow. The air was crisp and the clearing was eerily quiet. Even the crickets seemed to have paused their song. I walked a few steps toward the edge of the clearing, aiming for a spot near the tree-line where I could have some privacy. That's when I saw him. He stood about 30 feet away, just at the edge of the trees. At first, I thought it was a shadow or perhaps a tree trunk catching the moonlight in an odd way. But as my eyes adjusted, it became clear. It was a man. He wasn't moving, just standing there, facing me. His posture was stiff, his arms hanging loosely at his sides. He wore a plain white shirt and dark pants, completely out of place in the rugged forest. There was no backpack, no gear, nothing that suggested he was a fellow camper or hiker. I froze, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. My first instinct was to call out, to ask if he needed help. But something about him felt off. His face was pale, illuminated by the moonlight, and completely expressionless. He didn't seem lost or confused. He didn't seem human. As I stood there, rooted to the spot, he moved. Slowly, deliberately, he raised a single finger to his lips in a gesture that sent a chill down my spine. It was a shushing motion, silent but filled with an unspoken warning. My breath caught in my throat. My heart pounded in my chest, and every instinct screamed at me to run. But my legs felt heavy, as if they were anchored to the ground. For what felt like an eternity, I stared at him, unable to look away. Finally, I managed to take a step back. Then another. My movements were slow, deliberate, as if sudden motion might provoke him. The distance between us grew, though he didn't move or react. When I reached the tent, I slipped inside and zipped it shut with trembling hands. My mind raced, replaying the encounter over and over. Who was he? Why was he out there watching us? And how long had he been standing there before I noticed him? I lay awake for the rest of the night, every sound outside the tent making my heart race. At some point, the faint glow of dawn began to filter through the fabric of the tent. The safety of daylight was a small comfort, but the unease lingered. We packed up quickly that morning, the usual chatter and laughter replaced by a tense silence. The hike back to the car felt longer than it had on the way in, the dense trees pressing in on us like silent witnesses. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig made me glance over my shoulder. Even now, months later, I can't stop thinking about that night. I've tried to rationalize it, to convince myself that he was just a lost hiker, or maybe even a figment of my imagination. But the memory of his stillness, his pale face, and that shushing gesture refuses to fade. Sometimes late at night, I lie awake, wondering about the possibilities. Maybe he was harmless, just a strange figure passing through the woods. Or maybe he wasn't. Maybe he'd been watching us for hours, waiting for something. And maybe, just maybe, I wasn't supposed to see him at all. It was one of those nights when everything seemed perfectly normal, yet something felt just slightly off. My neighborhood had always been the quiet kind, where families went to bed early, and the only sounds you heard after dark were the occasional rustle of leaves or a distant dog barking. I lived alone except for Max, my German shepherd, in a modest two-bedroom house at the end of a cul-de-sac. Life was simple, predictable, and up until that point, peaceful. That Monday evening was no different from any other. After a long day at work, I came home, ate dinner, and settled into my usual routine of relaxing on the couch. The television was on, though I wasn't paying much attention to it, and Max lay sprawled out near my feet, half asleep. Outside, the street was bathed in the faint orange glow of the streetlights. It was then that I noticed it, the van. I remember the moment vividly. I had just gotten up to refill my mug of tea when something outside caught my attention. My living room has a large front window that faces the street, and as I glanced out, I saw an old van parked across the road. It wasn't a vehicle I recognized, and I knew the neighborhood well enough to know who parked where. This van stood out. It was an old, weathered thing, with peeling blue paint and rust creeping up from the edges like it had been left out in the elements for years. The sides bore the faded remnants of decals, though they were too scratched and damaged to make out what they once said. It wasn't just the appearance of the van that caught my attention, it was the fact that it seemed so completely out of place. I stood there for a moment, just looking at it. The street was otherwise empty, and the van sat there in complete silence. Its windows were heavily tinted, so dark that I couldn't see inside at all. For a moment, I considered that it might belong to a visitor at one of the nearby houses, but it didn't seem to fit. The van looked like it had seen better days and didn't match the tidy, well-maintained vehicles the neighbors typically drove. After a few minutes, I shrugged it off and returned to the couch. There was no law against parking on the street, and maybe I was overthinking it. Still, something about the van stuck in my mind. I glanced out the window a few more times that night, but the van didn't move. It stayed parked under the large oak tree across the street, its silhouette barely visible in the dim light. Eventually, I decided it wasn't worth losing sleep over and headed to bed. The next night, the van was back. This time, it wasn't parked under the oak tree. It had moved closer, now positioned directly across from my driveway. That immediately set me on edge. I had been telling myself the night before that it was just a random car, maybe a visitor or someone passing through. But seeing it again, and now closer, made it harder to dismiss. I noticed it as soon as I stepped outside to take out the trash. The street was otherwise empty, quiet as always, but there it was, the same old van, sitting there like it belonged. Max followed me to the door, and the moment I opened it, he let out a low growl. Max wasn't the type to growl at nothing. He was a calm, easygoing dog, friendly to a fault, and rarely made a fuss. Seeing him standing there, his ears pinned back and his hackles raised, sent a chill through me. He was staring at the van, his eyes fixed on it like he sensed something I couldn't. I stood there for a moment, the trash bag dangling from my hand, as I followed his gaze. The van didn't move. Its windows, as dark as the night before, revealed nothing. I couldn't tell if someone was inside, but the thought lingered in my mind, making my skin crawl. After a moment, I shook off the unease, tossed the trash in the bin, and went back inside. I locked the door behind me, something I didn't usually think twice about in my quiet neighborhood. That night, I found myself glancing out the window more often than usual, checking to see if the van was still there. It was. Later that night, I was jolted awake by Max growling again. This time, it was louder, more intense, almost a snarl. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding, and saw him standing at the bedroom window, staring out into the darkness. I crept to the window and peered out. The van was still parked across the street, but now there was movement inside. I could see a shadow shifting in the driver's seat, though I couldn't make out any details. My stomach turned as the realization hit me. Someone was inside, and they were watching my house. I backed away from the window, my mind racing. What should I do? Calling 911 felt excessive, but I couldn't just ignore it. After a moment of hesitation, I decided to call the non-emergency police line. I explained the situation as calmly as I could, feeling a little foolish as I described the van, but the dispatcher assured me they would send someone to check it out. When the police cruiser arrived, its headlights swept across the street, illuminating the van. As soon as the light hit it, the van's engine roared to life, and it sped off down the road before the officers could get close. I watched from the window as the police car followed, but the van had already disappeared into the night. The next morning, I went outside to inspect the curb where the van had been parked. What I found only made me feel worse. Cigarette butts, crumpled fast food wrappers, and an empty soda can littered the ground. Whoever had been in the van had been there for hours, watching my house. After that, the van didn't come back, but the feeling of being watched didn't leave. Every time I stepped outside, I felt it, that prickle at the back of my neck, the sense that someone's eyes were on me. I started keeping the blinds closed and avoided going out at night unless I absolutely had to. One evening, I was mowing the lawn when I noticed a man walking down the sidewalk on the opposite side of the street. He was wearing a dark hoodie, his face obscured by the shadow of the hood. He didn't look at me, but his pace was slow, deliberate, like he was taking his time to study the area. I stopped what I was doing and watched him until he disappeared around the corner. That night, I decided I couldn't take any more chances. I bought a security camera and installed it above my front door. I also started parking my car closer to the curb, blocking off the spot where the van had been. It made me feel a little safer, but the anxiety never fully went away. A few months later, I was scrolling through the local news when a headline caught my eye: "Man arrested in connection to neighborhood break-ins." I clicked on the article, my stomach sinking as I read the details. The suspect had been using an old, rusted van to scout houses before breaking into them. He had been caught after someone reported him lurking in their neighborhood. The description of the van matched exactly. I sat there for a long time, staring at the screen. The thought of how close I had come to being one of his targets sent a shiver down my spine. He had been watching my house, probably planning his next move. Even now, years later, I can't fully shake the memory. I still live in the same house, and Max is still with me, though he's a little grayer around the muzzle now. Life has gone back to normal, but I've never forgotten the van. It taught me to trust my instincts, and Max's. Some experiences leave a mark that never fades, and this was one of them. It's strange how life sometimes throws you into situations you'd never expect. For the most part, my days were predictable. I worked a steady job in IT, lived in a quiet suburban neighborhood, and had a routine that felt safe and comfortable. That's probably why what happened that night shook me so much. It disrupted the illusion of security I had built around myself. The memory of that evening is still vivid in my mind, even though it's been years. I had stayed late at work to finish up a project. It wasn't unusual for me to work overtime. Deadlines often required it, and I didn't mind. The office had emptied out hours earlier, leaving me alone in the glow of my computer screen. By the time I shut everything down and headed out, it was close to midnight. The parking lot was deserted when I stepped outside, except for a few scattered cars parked under dimly buzzing streetlights. The air was cool and crisp, and the quiet of the night was almost unsettling in its stillness. Normally, I found late-night drives relaxing. They gave me a chance to clear my head after a long day. But as I unlocked my car and slid into the driver's seat, there was an inexplicable weight in my chest. I shrugged it off as fatigue and started the engine. The route home was familiar, almost automatic. My neighborhood was only about 15 minutes away, and the streets were usually empty at that hour. The soft hum of the engine and the rhythmic passing of streetlights along the road were soothing at first, but that sense of unease lingered, gnawing at the edges of my thoughts. About halfway home, I noticed a car behind me. It was a dark sedan, black or dark blue. I couldn't tell for sure in the dim light. At first, I didn't think much of it. After all, it wasn't unusual to see another car on the road, even late at night. But as I made turn after turn, the sedan stayed behind me. The first couple of turns didn't raise any alarms. I told myself it was probably a coincidence. Maybe the driver lived nearby, and we just happened to be going in the same direction. But as I approached my street and prepared to turn into my driveway, something made me hesitate. The car was still there, maintaining the same distance, its headlights steady in my rearview mirror. A cold knot formed in my stomach. Instinctively, I drove past my house instead of pulling in. Something about the situation didn't feel right, and I didn't want to take any chances. I turned down another street, glancing in the mirror to see if the car would follow. It did. My pulse quickened as I took another turn, then another. The sedan mirrored each one, maintaining the same uncomfortably deliberate distance. The knot in my stomach tightened into full-blown anxiety. This wasn't a coincidence anymore. I started driving in circles around the neighborhood, hoping to shake them. I took random turns, doubled back on streets, and even tried speeding up slightly to see if they would keep up. Nothing worked. The car stayed with me, always at the same distance, as if the driver wanted me to know they were there without getting too close. My thoughts raced as I tried to figure out what to do. I considered pulling over, but the idea of stopping felt dangerous. What if the driver got out? What if they approached me? The possibility was too unsettling to risk. I thought about calling the police, but part of me hesitated. What would I even say? That a car was following me? Would they take it seriously? I decided to keep driving, hoping the car would eventually lose interest or turn off. The minutes dragged on, each one feeling like an eternity. Every turn I made was matched by the sedan, its headlights unwavering in the darkness. Eventually, after what felt like hours but was probably closer to 20 minutes, the car did something unexpected. Without warning, it sped up, passing me on the left. I caught a glimpse of its dark shape as it zoomed past, disappearing down the road and out of sight. For a moment, I just sat there, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly that my knuckles turned white. The silence in the car was deafening, broken only by the sound of my own breathing. Relief flooded through me, but it was mixed with lingering fear and confusion. I drove home cautiously, checking my mirrors constantly to make sure the car wasn't lurking somewhere nearby. When I finally pulled into my driveway, I didn't get out right away. I sat in the car for a few minutes, scanning the street for any sign of movement. The neighborhood was quiet, the houses dark, and the street empty. Once inside, I locked every door and window, double-checking each one to make sure they were secure. I drew the curtains and left a light on in the living room, even though it was well past midnight. Sleep didn't come easily that night. Every little noise made me jump, and I couldn't shake the image of those headlights in my rearview mirror. The next morning, I decided to report the incident to the police. I wasn't sure if they could do anything, but I felt like I needed to at least document what had happened. When I described the car, a dark sedan, likely a Honda or Toyota, they mentioned that they'd had similar reports. Apparently, a car matching that description had been linked to a series of suspicious activities, including attempted home invasions. The pattern was always the same. The driver would follow someone home, likely to figure out where they lived and whether they were a good target. Hearing that made my stomach drop. The thought that someone might have been planning to target my home was deeply unsettling. In the days and weeks that followed, I took extra precautions. I installed security cameras around my property, changed my routines to make them less predictable, and started paying closer attention to my surroundings. I even talked to my neighbors, warning them about what had happened and encouraging them to be vigilant. The car never came back, and life eventually settled back into its usual rhythm. But the experience left a lasting impression on me. It's strange how something so seemingly mundane, a car following you, can turn into something so deeply unsettling. Even now, I still find myself glancing in my rearview mirror more often than I used to. I'm more cautious, more aware of my surroundings. It's a lesson I didn't want to learn, but one I'll never forget. Sometimes the things you don't notice at first, the slow, quiet threats, are the ones you need to pay the most attention to. When I moved into that Victorian house, I thought I was making the right decision. I was coming off a difficult breakup, and I desperately needed a change of scenery. The house had seemed perfect at first glance. It was old and full of character, with stained glass windows that filtered the light into muted colors, high ceilings, and intricate woodwork. It wasn't the kind of place I'd usually imagine myself living in, but that was precisely what I was looking for, something different. The rent was unbelievably cheap, almost too good to be true, but I brushed off my doubts. I assumed it was because the house was older and a little rundown. The layout of the house added to its charm. It had 2 floors, and the second floor was where I'd be staying. My room was at the far end of the hallway, tucked away from the main staircase, with a little bay window that overlooked the street. The room wasn't big, but it had character. The walls were painted a faded sage green, and there was a cast iron radiator under the window. The floorboards creaked when I walked, but I found it comforting in a way. It felt like the house had history, a personality of its own. The house was split into 2 apartments. Sarah, my new roommate, lived in the other room on the same floor. She was friendly when we first met, down to earth and easygoing. She spent a lot of time at her girlfriend Lisa's place, which left me with plenty of space and quiet. I was still nursing the wounds from my breakup, so I didn't mind having the house mostly to myself. It gave me time to think and process everything. During the first week, I tried to settle in and make the room my own. I hung up a few pictures, added some throw pillows to the bay window seat, and set up my desk in the corner. At night, I'd sit by the window, watching the streetlights flicker outside while sipping tea. The house was old, and it creaked and groaned, but I convinced myself it was nothing to worry about. Houses that age always made noise, didn't they? The days passed uneventfully. Sarah came and went, and we exchanged polite small talk whenever we crossed paths. I quickly fell into a routine of work and quiet evenings, enjoying the solitude. It wasn't until the second week that I began to feel like something was off. It was subtle at first, just little things that I shrugged off as my imagination. I'd hear faint noises at night, like soft footsteps in the hallway. Once or twice, I thought I'd seen a shadow move in the corner of my eye, but when I turned, there was nothing there. I brushed it off as tricks of the light or my mind playing games with me. After all, it was an old house. Of course, it would creak and settle. The night that everything changed was a Thursday. I remember it clearly because I had spent the entire day feeling unusually tired. I came home, made a quick dinner, and climbed into bed early. My space heater hummed softly in the corner, and I had a thick blanket wrapped around me. It was one of those bitterly cold October nights where the chill seemed to seep into your bones. The room felt cozy, and as I drifted off, I felt safe. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up suddenly. At first, I didn't know what had startled me. The room was dark except for the faint orange glow of the streetlights filtering through the stained glass. I lay still listening. That's when I heard it, a faint metallic clicking sound coming from the direction of my door. It was soft at first, almost tentative, like someone testing the doorknob. For a moment, I stayed frozen in bed, unsure of what I was hearing. My logical brain jumped to the easiest explanation. It must be Sarah. Maybe she had come home late and needed something from my room. But something about the sound unsettled me. It didn't sound like someone trying to knock or open the door normally. It was slower, more deliberate, as if whoever was on the other side was unsure whether they wanted to come in. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, but as I lay there, the noise grew louder. The doorknob rattled harder, like someone was trying to force it open. My heart was pounding now, and I felt my breath catch in my throat. I wanted to call out, but my voice wouldn't come. I just lay there, paralyzed, staring at the faint outline of the door in the darkness. The rattling stopped as suddenly as it had started. The silence that followed was deafening. I strained to hear any other sound, but the house was completely still. Slowly, I sat up, my pulse racing. My phone was on the nightstand, and I grabbed it, the light from the screen momentarily blinding me in the dark room. I thought about texting Sarah to ask if she was home, but then I remembered she had told me earlier that she'd be staying at Lisa's place. She wasn't even in the house. I sat there for a long time, clutching my phone and staring at the door. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to open it and check the hallway, but the thought of what I might see on the other side made me hesitate. I told myself it had to be nothing, a draft, maybe, or the old house shifting. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. I had heard the doorknob move. I wasn't imagining it. Eventually, I forced myself to get up. My hands were shaking as I reached for the flashlight I kept by the bed. It was heavy and solid, and I gripped it tightly as I crept toward the door. The air in the room felt colder now, and I could feel the wooden floorboards creak softly beneath my feet. When I reached the door, I paused, holding my breath. Slowly, I turned the lock and swung the door open. The hallway was empty. I stepped out cautiously, shining the flashlight down the corridor. The light from a single wall sconce cast long, flickering shadows. The front door at the end of the hall was still locked, the chain securely in place. There was no sign of anyone. The house was utterly silent except for the faint hum of my heater from my room. I stood there for what felt like forever, my ears straining for the slightest sound. But there was nothing. I went back to my room and locked the door behind me. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I sat on the bed with the flashlight in my lap and my phone clutched in my hand, waiting for morning. The hours dragged by, and every creak or groan of the house made my heart race. When the first light of dawn finally filtered through the window, I felt a wave of relief. It was over, at least for now. The next day, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, a trick of the old house or my imagination running wild. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. Something had been there, just on the other side of that door. I didn't know what, and I didn't want to find out. Over the next week, small things started to happen. The lights in my room would flicker randomly, even though the weather was calm. I'd hear faint noises at night, soft creaks and shuffles that seemed to come from just outside my door. Once, I found my closet door open in the morning, when I was certain I had closed it before bed. Little things like that kept piling up, and each time, I felt the same creeping unease. The final straw came a few nights later. I woke up in the middle of the night again, but this time, my bedroom door was slightly ajar. I knew I had locked it before going to sleep. I always did after that first night. Seeing the door open like that made my stomach drop. I felt an overwhelming sense of dread, like the walls were closing in around me. I couldn't stay in that house any longer. I moved out before the month was up. I didn't even care about losing my deposit. All I wanted was to get as far away from that house as possible. Even now, I can't fully explain what happened there. I've told myself 100 different stories to try and make sense of it, but none of them feel right. Whatever was in that house, it didn't want me there, and I didn't want to stay long enough to find out why. When I look back at the events of that night, it still feels surreal, like something out of a dream, or maybe a nightmare. It's not the kind of story I'd normally share with people. It's too strange, and I've spent a long time questioning every detail, trying to rationalize it, to make it fit into some framework of logic. But no matter how many times I go over it, I end up in the same place, an unsettling mix of confusion and unease. A few months ago, I was living alone in a modest house on the edge of town. It's not a remarkable place, 2 bedrooms, a small living room, and an open kitchen that flows into a dining area. The house is quiet, tucked away in a neighborhood where the streets are empty by 9. That kind of solitude had always been appealing to me. It made the place feel like a retreat from the chaos of the world. I've always been a bit forgetful. Losing things isn't unusual for me, and I've come to accept it as one of my quirks. My keys, phone, glasses, at some point or another, they've all gone missing, only to turn up in the oddest of places. I once found my car keys in the freezer, still don't know how that happened. But this time, it wasn't just some random item I'd misplaced. This time, it was my wallet, and what followed still makes me shudder to think about. That particular evening started off just like any other. I came home from work a little after 7, feeling drained from a long day of meetings and deadlines. My usual routine was to come in, drop my bag on the console table by the door, and kick off my shoes before heading to the kitchen to make a cup of tea. I remember pulling my wallet out of my bag to check a receipt. I'd been overcharged for lunch, and I wanted to double check it. After that, I didn't think much about it. The rest of the evening was uneventful. I curled up on the couch with a blanket, sipped my tea, and lost myself in a series I'd been binge-watching. By the time the clock struck 10, I was ready to place an online order for a gift I'd picked out for my sister's birthday. That's when I realized I couldn't find my wallet. At first, I wasn't worried. I assumed it was still in my bag, but a quick search turned up nothing. I checked the console table, where I usually drop my things, the kitchen counter where I'd been standing earlier, and even the coffee table in the living room. When it didn't appear in any of the usual spots, I started to feel a flicker of frustration. I expanded my search to the entire house. I went from room to room, pulling cushions off the couch, rummaging through drawers, and even looking in places it had no reason to be. The fridge, the laundry basket, the bathroom sink. I kept coming back to the dining table. It seemed like the most logical spot for it to be since I'd cleared the table earlier that week and hadn't put anything else there since. I swept my hands across its surface, lifted the placemats, and even crawled underneath it to see if the wallet had somehow fallen. Nothing. By the time midnight rolled around, I was exhausted and exasperated. I sank into a chair at the table, staring at the empty surface in frustration. It didn't make sense. I knew I'd had the wallet in my hands when I got home. I decided I'd look again in the morning when I wasn't so tired, convinced that fresh eyes would spot what I'd missed. The next morning started like any other. I woke up, groggy and a little annoyed that I still hadn't figured out where my wallet was. As I shuffled into the kitchen to make coffee, my breath caught in my throat. There, in the exact center of the dining table, was my wallet. I froze, my mind racing to process what I was seeing. It wasn't just that the wallet was there. It was the way it was placed, perfectly aligned with the edges of the table, as if someone had deliberately set it down. My first thought was that I must have missed it the night before, but that didn't make sense. I'd searched the table at least 3 times, cleared it completely, and even run my hands across its surface to be sure. There was no way I could have overlooked it. I approached the table cautiously, almost afraid that the wallet might disappear if I blinked. When I picked it up, everything was there, my ID, credit cards, cash. Nothing was missing, but something about the whole situation felt deeply unsettling. I tried to brush it off. Maybe I was overtired the night before, or maybe I'd been distracted and missed it somehow, but the explanation didn't sit well with me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The thought nagged at me all morning, and by lunchtime, I couldn't take it anymore. I decided to check the footage from my home security cameras. I'd installed them after a break-in attempt the previous year, and they covered most of the common areas, including the dining room. If nothing else, I figured the footage would show me putting the wallet on the table and clear up the mystery. I pulled up the video from the previous evening and watched as I moved through the house, searching for the wallet. The footage confirmed what I already knew. The table was empty. I rewound the video and played it again, this time watching more closely. Every frame showed the same thing, the bare surface of the table. Then, at exactly 3:17 a.m., something happened. The footage glitched, just for a split second. The screen flickered with static, and when the image returned, the wallet was there. I rewound the footage and played it again, my heart pounding. One moment, the table was empty. The next, the wallet was sitting in the middle of it, perfectly centered. There was no one in the room. No movement, no shadows, no sign of anyone or anything. I sat back in my chair, my hands trembling as I processed what I'd just seen. I wanted to find a logical explanation, but nothing fit. The glitch in the footage was brief, just long enough for the wallet to appear. Later that afternoon, I decided to go through the wallet to make sure everything was accounted for. As I flipped through it, I found something I didn't recognize, a small, folded piece of paper tucked into one of the slots. Unfolding it, I saw a single sentence written in shaky, uneven handwriting. "You didn't lose it. You were meant to find it." I stared at the note, a cold knot forming in my stomach. I hadn't put it there, and I couldn't imagine how it had gotten inside the wallet. For days, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. I replayed the footage over and over, looking for clues, but there was nothing else. Eventually, I decided to put the wallet in a drawer and try to move on. Since that night, nothing unusual has happened in the house. But every so often, I catch myself glancing at the dining table, half expecting to see something that shouldn't be there. It's a feeling I can't quite shake, a lingering sense that some mysteries are better left unsolved. Late nights have always held a certain charm for me. The world quiets down, and the chaos of the day seems to fade into the stillness of the hours after midnight. It started during my college years, those nights spent driving aimlessly when the pressure of deadlines or personal stress felt suffocating. Even years later, with a steady job and a more structured life, I found myself drawn to the serenity of empty roads, especially when the day had been tough. That particular evening, the need to escape was overwhelming. The day had been a string of frustrations, from work tasks piling up to a disagreement with my boss that left me replaying the conversation in my head. The kind of day where everything seems to weigh heavier than it should. By the time the clock neared midnight, the idea of staying cooped up in my apartment felt unbearable. I grabbed my car keys and stepped out into the cool night air, ready for one of my usual drives. The streets were almost deserted, as they often were at this hour. The occasional car passed, headlights flashing briefly before disappearing into the distance. I let the radio play softly, the music blending with the hum of the engine as I navigated familiar roads. There wasn't a destination in mind. There never was on nights like these. The drive itself was the point, a way to let my thoughts untangle in the solitude of the open road. About 20 minutes into the drive, I realized I was thirsty. Spotting the telltale glow of a convenience store sign in the distance, I decided to pull in. It was one of those small, unassuming stores you find scattered along highways and back roads. Their neon open 24 hours, signs a beacon for late-night travelers. I parked near the entrance, the lot nearly empty, and stepped inside. The familiar chill of air conditioning greeted me as I pushed open the glass door. The store was quiet, save for the faint hum of the refrigerators and the buzz of fluorescent lights. Behind the counter stood a young man who acknowledged me with a friendly nod. He looked to be in his mid-20s, with curly hair that stuck out slightly from under his cap. His uniform shirt was bright blue, bearing the store's logo, and a name tag pinned to his chest read Liam. A simple leather bracelet with a small silver charm wrapped around his wrist. The bracelet caught my attention briefly as it glinted under the harsh lighting, a small detail that seemed to stand out against the otherwise mundane surroundings. I headed straight for the refrigerated section, grabbing a bottle of water, and walked to the counter to pay. The interaction was quick and uneventful, marked only by the cashier's easy demeanor. There was a warmth in the way he handled the brief exchange, the kind of friendliness that felt genuine, even in a setting as impersonal as a convenience store late at night. He handed me the receipt with a casual farewell, and I left, sipping my water as I climbed back into my car. I hadn't driven more than 10 minutes before I noticed the gas gauge. It was lower than I'd realized, and while it wasn't critical, the thought of running out of gas in the middle of nowhere wasn't appealing. I remembered another convenience store not far from where I was, one that also had a gas station. It seemed like the logical next stop. The store came into view quickly, its layout and signage remarkably similar to the one I'd just left. I pulled into the parking lot, parked near the pump, and decided to step inside first to grab a snack before filling up. The moment I entered, a strange feeling washed over me. Behind the counter stood someone who looked exactly like the cashier from the first store. Same curly hair, same uniform, same leather bracelet with the distinctive silver charm. He was even leaning on the counter in the same casual way, his posture eerily familiar. At first, I thought I must be mistaken. It wasn't unusual for employees at chain stores to wear similar uniforms, and maybe I'd just projected the details of the previous cashier onto this one. But the more I looked, the more certain I became. It wasn't just the uniform or the bracelet, it was him. I stood frozen near the entrance, unsure of what to do. A logical explanation had to exist. Perhaps this was his twin, or maybe he was covering shifts at both locations. Yet, the timing didn't make sense. I'd left the first store less than 15 minutes ago. Despite my unease, I moved toward the shelves, pretending to browse while trying to piece together what I was seeing. My mind raced with possibilities, each one more improbable than the last. As I grabbed a bag of chips from the shelf, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I placed the chips on the counter, my hands slightly unsteady. The cashier scanned them and handed them back to me with the same calm demeanor I'd encountered earlier. His movements were precise, almost mechanical, and something about his expression felt different this time. It wasn't unfriendly, but it lacked the warmth I'd sensed in the first encounter. When our hands briefly touched as he handed back the bag, I noticed how cold his skin felt, unnaturally so, like he'd been handling something frozen. It sent a chill through me, though I tried to dismiss it as a product of my overactive imagination. I hurried back to my car, heart pounding. The moment I pulled out of the parking lot, I checked the receipt he'd handed me. The name, the time, the details, it was identical to the one from the first store. Unable to make sense of any of it, I decided to go back to the first store. I needed to see it again, to confirm that it wasn't all in my head. When I arrived, the parking lot was dark. The store was closed, its neon sign flickering faintly but offering no invitation to enter. I got out of the car, my footsteps hesitant as I approached the glass doors. The interior was dark and empty. Shelves that had been neatly stocked earlier now appeared dusty and disheveled, some items scattered haphazardly. A thin layer of grime covered the counter where Liam had stood, as if the store hadn't been in operation for months. I checked the address on the receipt. It matched this store. The timestamp confirmed the transaction had taken place less than an hour ago. None of it added up. As I stood there, staring through the glass, a creeping sense of unease took hold. The quiet of the night felt heavier now, almost oppressive. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone watching me from the shadows, but the parking lot was empty. I don't know how long I stood there, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Eventually, I got back in my car and drove home, the radio off and the silence in the car broken only by the sound of my own breathing. I replayed the events of that night over and over in my mind, searching for answers, but none ever came. There was no rational explanation, no detail I could latch onto that would make sense of the encounter. To this day, I can't drive past a convenience store at night without feeling a pang of unease. The memory of those identical cashiers and the inexplicable series of events lingers, a reminder that some mysteries refuse to be neatly solved. It happened a few years ago, but the memory of that evening has stayed with me ever since. It was one of those brisk autumn nights when the chill in the air seemed to creep through the walls of my apartment, urging me to bundle up in a blanket and settle in for a quiet evening. At the time, I was living in a modest one-bedroom apartment on the third floor of an older building. The place had character, with its slightly uneven hardwood floors and large windows that rattled faintly whenever the wind picked up. It wasn't perfect, but it was my first apartment on my own, and I was proud of it. That particular evening, I had come home from a long day at work. My job wasn't physically demanding, but it left me mentally drained more often than not, and this day had been no exception. Deadlines loomed, and I had spent hours navigating endless emails and back-to-back meetings. By the time I stepped through my door, I felt like I had nothing left to give. Cooking was out of the question. The thought of chopping, stirring, and waiting for food to be ready seemed exhausting. Instead, I decided to treat myself to takeout from a pizza place I'd come to rely on since moving into the neighborhood. Their thin-crust pizzas were always perfectly cooked, with just the right balance of crispy edges and gooey cheese. I ordered online, selecting my usual margherita pizza, and paid in advance to make the process easier. After confirming the order, I tossed my phone onto the coffee table and wrapped myself in a blanket on the couch. The wait was uneventful. I alternated between scrolling aimlessly on my phone and half watching a show on TV that I'd seen a dozen times before. The familiar sounds of the apartment surrounded me, the hum of the radiator, the faint creaks of the building settling, and the occasional distant murmur of neighbors moving about. Living alone had its perks, but the quiet could sometimes feel overwhelming. That night, though, I welcomed it. When the doorbell finally rang, it startled me slightly. I glanced at the time and realized the delivery had arrived earlier than expected. Feeling a small pang of excitement, I got up, grabbed my wallet out of habit, and headed to the door. Though I'd already paid online, I always kept a little cash on hand for tips, just in case. Opening the door, I was greeted by the delivery driver. He was a tall, lanky man, dressed in the standard uniform of the pizza place, a polo shirt with the restaurant's logo and a matching cap. His appearance seemed slightly disheveled, with his shirt untucked on one side and his cap sitting crookedly on his head. He held the pizza box out in front of him, but his posture was relaxed, almost too casual. As I reached for the box, I noticed his smile. There was something about it that didn't sit right with me. It was wide, almost forced, and lingered just a little too long. I remember thinking that it felt out of place, but I brushed the thought aside, telling myself that I was probably overthinking it. Then he spoke. His voice was calm, conversational, and he made an offhand comment about my apartment. It wasn't anything overtly strange, but the tone and the fact that he'd said it at all caught me off guard. Delivery drivers rarely made comments beyond the standard pleasantries, and his observation felt oddly personal. As I took hold of the pizza box, he didn't let go immediately. Instead, he seemed to hesitate for a moment. His grip remained firm, and then he asked a question. It was a simple question on the surface, but the way he asked it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It was the kind of question that shouldn't have felt invasive, yet it did. In that instant, I felt a knot form in my stomach. There was something about the way he was looking at me, the way his eyes seemed to linger just a second too long. My instincts screamed at me that this was not a normal interaction. My mind raced, and without thinking, I lied. I mentioned someone else living with me, fabricating a story about a boyfriend who was supposedly in the shower. I tried to sound casual and confident, but I could feel the slight tremor in my voice as I spoke. The change in his demeanor was subtle but noticeable. His smile faltered, just for a moment, and his expression shifted. It wasn't anger exactly, but there was a brief flicker of something, disappointment, irritation, perhaps even calculation. Then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the expression vanished. He released the pizza box and turned to leave without saying another word. I stood there for a moment, frozen in the doorway, the box still in my hands. My pulse was racing, and I could feel the tension in my chest as I watched him walk down the hallway. It wasn't until I heard the distant sound of the building's front door closing that I finally moved. I stepped back into my apartment, shut the door, and locked it immediately. My hands trembled slightly as I slid the bolt into place. The rest of the night passed in a haze. My appetite had completely vanished, and the pizza sat untouched on the counter. I spent the evening double-checking the locks on my windows and doors, peeking through the blinds to make sure no one was outside. Every creak of the floorboards and every gust of wind against the building made me jump. The next morning, I called the pizza place to report what had happened. The manager listened carefully as I recounted the details, apologizing repeatedly and assuring me that they would address the issue. He promised that the driver would not be assigned to my address again. I hung up feeling a small measure of relief, but the unease lingered. For weeks afterward, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time the doorbell rang, my stomach would tighten, and I found myself hesitating before answering. I stopped ordering deliveries altogether, opting to pick up my food in person whenever possible. My friends told me I was overreacting, but I couldn't help but replay the encounter in my mind, wondering if I'd narrowly avoided something worse. Months later, I came across a news story that sent a chill down my spine. A delivery driver had been arrested for trespassing and harassment after being caught loitering outside a customer's home late at night. The description of the man matched the driver who had come to my door that night, tall, lanky, with a slightly unkempt appearance. Reading the article, I felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, there was a sense of validation, a confirmation that my instincts hadn't been wrong. On the other hand, there was the unsettling realization of how close I might have come to being in real danger. That experience changed the way I think about safety in my own home. I installed a peephole camera, started telling friends and family when I was expecting someone, and became more cautious about interactions with strangers. Even now, years later, I still feel a twinge of anxiety whenever the doorbell rings unexpectedly. Looking back, I often wonder what might have happened if I hadn't trusted my gut that night. I'll never know for sure, and maybe that's a good thing. Sometimes, it's better not to have all the answers, especially when it comes to situations like this. What I do know is that listening to my instincts made all the difference, and for that, I'm grateful. A few years ago, I stayed with my sister Emily in her apartment for a while. At the time, my life was in a bit of a mess. I'd recently quit a stressful job, and a long-term relationship had ended in a way that left me feeling untethered. Emily, always the supportive and practical sibling, insisted I move in with her until I could figure out my next steps. I hesitated at first, but deep down, I needed the stability, so I accepted. Her apartment was on the 10th floor of a mid-rise building in the city, a place that was neither old nor particularly modern, but comfortable. It had large windows, clean walls, and a small balcony that overlooked a quiet courtyard. At night, the view was rather serene for a city. The lights from neighboring buildings reflected faintly against the windows, and the occasional sound of traffic far below was more soothing than intrusive. It wasn't exactly home, but it was peaceful. I'd been staying there for a week when it happened. Emily had a strict work schedule, leaving early in the mornings and heading to bed early as well. I, on the other hand, had trouble sleeping. My mind was too cluttered, replaying events of the past few months on a loop. That night, I decided to step out onto the balcony, hoping the cool night air would clear my thoughts. The city felt different at that hour. Quieter, but not entirely silent. There was a stillness that was both calming and unsettling. The courtyard below was dimly lit by scattered streetlights, their glow faintly outlining the empty benches and patches of overgrown plants. Around me, most of the windows in the other buildings were dark, though a few still had lights on, a television flickering here, a desk lamp there. Leaning on the railing, I let my eyes wander across the neighboring building. It was identical to Emily's, just a mirror image. My gaze moved upward, floor by floor, until it landed on the balcony directly across from me. That's when I noticed her. A woman stood there, her figure illuminated faintly by the soft glow of the moon. She wasn't moving, just standing perfectly still, facing my direction. Her posture was unnaturally stiff, her head tilted slightly forward, and though I couldn't make out the details of her face, I could tell she was staring at me. At first, I thought nothing of it. Maybe she was lost in thought, like I was. But as the seconds dragged on, I realized she wasn't looking past me. Her gaze was fixed, unbroken, like she was watching me specifically. I felt a prickling sensation at the back of my neck, an instinctive unease that I couldn't shake. I shifted my position, trying to catch her attention, to signal that I'd noticed her. But she didn't react. She didn't wave, nod, or even flinch. She just stood there, staring. I told myself it wasn't that unusual. People can be strange, after all. Maybe she was simply zoning out or didn't realize I could see her. Still, something about her stillness didn't sit right with me. The way she stood there, completely motionless, made her seem almost unreal. I stayed out there a few more minutes, hoping she would do something, move, turn away, anything. But she didn't. Feeling increasingly uneasy, I decided to go back inside. The moment I closed the sliding door behind me, I felt a sense of relief, as though I'd left whatever strange tension was outside on the balcony. I tried to push the incident out of my mind. It wasn't worth dwelling on, I told myself. It was just a random neighbor, nothing more. But the image of her pale figure, standing so unnervingly still, lingered in my mind as I lay in bed that night. The next morning, I woke up early, though not by choice. I hadn't slept well. My dreams had been fragmented and restless, filled with disjointed scenes that I couldn't fully remember. As I made my way to the kitchen for some coffee, I found myself glancing at the balcony door. The memory of the woman was still fresh, but the daylight made it seem less significant, less real. Later that day, curiosity got the better of me. After Emily had left for work, I decided to take a closer look at the unit across the courtyard. I hadn't told her about the woman, I didn't want her to think I was being paranoid or letting my overactive imagination get the best of me. Instead, I waited until the building across the way seemed quiet and headed over. The hallway leading to the unit was identical to Emily's building, sterile and unremarkable. When I found the door to the unit, I immediately noticed the taped notice on it. It was something about scheduled maintenance, though the date had already passed by weeks. Peering through the small window beside the door, I could see that the apartment was empty. Inside, the floors were covered in dust, undisturbed by footsteps. A few pieces of furniture sat in the middle of the room, draped in white sheets. The air looked thick and still, as though it hadn't been circulated in months. My eyes were drawn to the balcony door. It was firmly locked, the handle covered in a thin layer of grime. That's when I saw it. There was a faint handprint on the glass of the balcony door. It was small and delicate, as though a woman had pressed her hand against it. The sight of it sent a shiver through me. If no one had been in the apartment for months, then how could there be a fresh handprint? I backed away from the door, my mind racing. It didn't make sense. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a cleaner had been in there recently, or maybe it wasn't as abandoned as it looked. But no matter how much I tried to explain it away, the unease in my chest only grew. That night, I stayed up late again. I wasn't sure why. I suppose part of me wanted to see her again, to prove to myself that I hadn't imagined it. Around midnight, I finally stepped onto the balcony, my heart pounding in my chest. She was there, standing in the exact same spot as the night before. She faced me with that same eerie stillness. This time, though, something was different. Her head tilted slightly, as though she were acknowledging my presence. And then, for the first time, she moved. Her lips curved into the faintest of smiles. It wasn't a warm smile. It wasn't friendly or reassuring. It felt wrong, like it didn't belong on her face. My stomach churned, and a wave of dread washed over me. I felt frozen for a moment, unable to look away. Finally, I stumbled back inside, my hands shaking as I locked the door and drew the curtains closed. My heart was racing, and I couldn't catch my breath. I didn't sleep that night. Every sound, every shadow outside the window made me jump. The next day, I knew I couldn't stay. Whatever was happening in that building, whatever she was, I didn't want to be around to find out. I made up an excuse to Emily, something about needing to sort things out on my own, and started looking for a place of my own. To this day, I still don't know what I saw. I've tried to convince myself it was all in my head, some strange trick of the light or a vivid dream. But the memory is too clear, too vivid to dismiss entirely. Even now, when I find myself alone at night, I sometimes feel that same uneasy prickling sensation at the back of my neck. It's irrational, I know, but some part of me can't shake the feeling that she's still there, somewhere, watching. Black Pine State Park was a place I'd only read about in hiking forums and travel blogs, praised for its quiet, untouched beauty and trails that seemed designed for those who wanted to lose themselves in nature. The allure of the place, particularly during late October when the leaves turned into a symphony of reds, oranges, and yellows, was too strong to resist. That's how I found myself making the 2-hour drive out there on a brisk Saturday morning, eager to escape the constant din of the city and indulge in some much-needed solitude. The parking lot was nearly empty when I arrived, which was exactly what I'd hoped for. I'd packed light, just a small backpack with water, a couple of granola bars, and a first aid kit, though I'd never had to use it on any of my previous hikes. The air was crisp and carried the earthy scent of fallen leaves and pine, and the faint crunch of gravel under my boots as I approached the trailhead felt like the beginning of an adventure I'd been craving for weeks. I chose Cedar Hollow Trail, a path I'd read was less traveled and led deep into the forest before looping back to the parking lot. It promised quietude and a chance to disconnect, which was all I wanted. The trail didn't disappoint. It wove through dense woods, where towering trees filtered sunlight into dappled patterns that danced on the ground. The forest seemed alive with the soft rustling of leaves, the occasional chirp of birds, and the distant tapping of a woodpecker. It was the kind of serene environment that made me feel small in the best way, a reminder of how vast and ancient nature truly was. After about an hour of walking, I reached a small clearing where the trail curved sharply to the left. It was the perfect spot to pause, drink some water, and take in the surroundings. As I stood there, enjoying the quiet and the golden light streaming through the trees, I caught sight of something, or someone, just within the tree line. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, but as I squinted, the figure became clearer. A man stood there, partially obscured by the shadows of the trees. He wore a gray hoodie that looked old and frayed at the edges, and his dark jeans appeared damp, as if he'd been walking through water. He wasn't moving, just standing still watching, or at least I assumed he was watching. His face was hard to make out beneath the hood, which cast a shadow over his features. I wasn't alarmed at first. After all, it wasn't unusual to encounter other hikers, even on a trail as secluded as this one. But there was something about the way he stood there, so still and silent, that sent a ripple of unease through me. I considered calling out to him, but the thought of breaking the silence felt strange. Besides, he wasn't doing anything threatening, just standing there. I decided to keep walking, figuring he was probably just taking a break like I had been. As I continued down the trail, the encounter slipped to the back of my mind. The forest around me was too beautiful to focus on anything else for long. But as the minutes passed, I started to feel an odd sense of being watched. I couldn't shake the sensation, even though I hadn't seen anyone since leaving the clearing. The thought nagged at me, and I found myself glancing over my shoulder more often than usual. At first, I saw nothing but the empty trail stretching behind me, framed by the golden hues of the autumn leaves. Then about 20 minutes later, I saw him again. This time, he was standing much closer to the trail, just on the edge of the path. I hadn't heard him approach. No footsteps, no crunching leaves, nothing. It was as if he'd simply materialized there. He was still as silent as before, his posture unchanged, his face still obscured by the hood. My chest tightened, and I felt the first prickle of fear. I quickened my pace, my mind racing. I told myself he was probably just another hiker, someone who happened to be going the same direction as me. But deep down, I didn't believe it. There was something unsettling about his presence, something that didn't feel right. I tried to rationalize it, but every time I glanced back, he was still there, keeping the same distance as before. The pattern became clear. When I stopped, he stopped. When I moved, he moved. And when I turned around to face him directly, he would retreat into the shadows, his figure blending seamlessly with the trees. It was as if he was playing a game, one where I didn't know the rules but was forced to participate anyway. The unease that had been simmering in my chest turned into full-blown fear. I picked up my pace, practically jogging now, my eyes darting between the trail ahead and the trees around me. The cheerful chirping of birds I'd noticed earlier had faded into an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of my own hurried footsteps. The forest, which had felt so inviting and peaceful at the start of my hike, now felt oppressive, as though it were closing in around me. I reached a fork in the trail and hesitated for only a second before taking the left path, hoping to lose him. I didn't know where it led, but it didn't matter. All I cared about was putting as much distance as possible between myself and the man who seemed intent on following me. I broke into a run, my lungs burning, and my legs protesting with every step. Branches whipped at my arms and face, and the uneven ground threatened to trip me, but I didn't dare slow down. After what felt like an eternity, I saw the parking lot through the trees. Relief surged through me as I stumbled into the clearing, gasping for breath. My car was just ahead, and the sight of it was like a lifeline. I leaned against the hood, trying to steady my breathing and calm the pounding in my chest. For a moment, I thought I was safe, but then I looked back. He was there, standing at the edge of the trail where it met the parking lot. He hadn't followed me out into the open, but stood just within the shadows of the trees, his figure barely visible in the fading light. His hood had slipped back slightly, revealing a pale, almost waxy face. His eyes were hollow, sunken, and dark, and they seemed to fixate on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I fumbled with my car keys, my hands shaking as I unlocked the door and climbed inside. I locked the doors immediately, my heart racing as I started the engine. When I looked up, he was gone. The spot where he'd been standing was empty, as if he'd never been there at all. The drive home was a blur. My mind raced with questions I couldn't answer. Who was he? Why had he been following me? And how had he moved so silently, so unnervingly through the forest? The encounter replayed in my mind over and over, each detail more unsettling than the last. For weeks, I kept the experience to myself, unsure how to explain it without sounding paranoid or ridiculous. But the memory lingered, refusing to fade. Then months later, I came across a news article about Black Pine State Park. A body had been discovered just off Cedar Hollow Trail, buried in a shallow grave. The victim had been dead for years, according to the report. The article included a forensic sketch of the victim, reconstructed from their remains. When I saw the sketch, my heart stopped. The face was eerily similar to the man I'd seen in the woods. To this day, I don't know what I encountered on that trail. Was it a person? A ghost? Something else entirely? All I know is that I haven't hiked alone since. The realization hit me like a cold wave, chilling me to my core. My mind raced, trying to reconcile the impossibility of what I'd seen with the sketch in the article. I wanted to believe it was just a coincidence, that the resemblance was a trick of my imagination, heightened by the fear and anxiety of that day. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't. The man I had seen in the woods wasn't just someone passing through. He was connected to that place, to that trail, and possibly to the tragedy that had unfolded there years before. In the days that followed, I found myself unable to focus on anything else. I avoided the forums and blogs where I'd once shared my hiking experiences, unable to bring myself to talk about the park or the encounter. I began having trouble sleeping, my dreams haunted by images of the man standing at the edge of the woods, his hollow eyes boring into me. I would wake up drenched in sweat, the sensation of being watched still lingering, even in the safety of my own home. Eventually, my curiosity got the better of me. I started looking deeper into the news reports about the body that had been found. The details were sparse, but I learned enough to piece together a partial story. The victim, a man in his 30s, had gone missing nearly a decade earlier. He was last seen hiking alone in the very same park, and his disappearance had remained unsolved until the recent discovery of his remains. The authorities suspected foul play, but had no leads on a suspect. The more I learned, the more questions I had. Why had the man in the hoodie been following me? Was he trying to warn me about something, or was his presence something darker, something more sinister? The rational part of me wanted to dismiss the entire experience as a strange coincidence or an overactive imagination, but the nagging sense of unease wouldn't let me. I started avoiding hiking altogether, even in places I knew well and felt safe. The thought of being alone in the woods, surrounded by trees and shadows, was no longer comforting. Instead, it filled me with a creeping dread I couldn't shake. I missed the solitude and peace I used to find in nature, but every time I considered going back, the memory of that day in Black Pine State Park stopped me in my tracks. Months passed, and though the intensity of my fear lessened, it never disappeared entirely. I learned to compartmentalize the experience, pushing it to the back of my mind and focusing on the mundane routines of daily life. But every now and then, something would trigger a memory, a sound, a certain angle of sunlight filtering through the trees, or even the faint scent of pine, and I'd find myself right back on that trail, heart pounding and palms sweating. I never returned to Black Pine State Park. I couldn't bring myself to go back, not even out of curiosity or a desire for closure. The place had lost its magic, replaced by a lingering sense of foreboding that I couldn't overcome. And while I've shared this story with a few close friends, I've never told anyone in detail, until now. Even as I recount it, I find myself questioning my own memories. Did I truly see what I thought I saw? Was there really a man following me, or was it all some strange, heightened reaction to being alone in the woods? I'll probably never know for sure. But what I do know is that the feeling of being watched, of being followed, was real. And that feeling is something I wouldn't wish on anyone. To this day, I still wonder if the man I saw was connected to the victim whose body was found. Was he a warning, a manifestation of some unresolved energy tied to that place? Or was he something else entirely, something beyond my understanding? Whatever the answer, one thing is certain. That day changed the way I see the world. It reminded me that there are things we can't explain, things that lurk just beyond the edges of our perception. And sometimes it's better not to seek out those answers. It was late when I left the office that night. I'd stayed longer than usual, finishing up a report that was due the next day. The quiet hum of fluorescent lights and the occasional shuffle of the cleaning crew were the only sounds that accompanied me as I packed my things. My office building, typically bustling during the day, felt almost eerie at night, its halls emptied of the usual chatter and footsteps. I glanced at my watch, 9:17 p.m. The last train home was in just over 10 minutes, and I had no intention of missing it. Stepping outside, the night air hit me immediately. It was colder than I'd expected, biting against my skin as I zipped up my coat and tucked my scarf tighter around my neck. The streets were quiet, with only the occasional car passing by, its headlights cutting through the dark. The city, which usually felt alive and buzzing, now seemed subdued, as though the night had wrapped it in a shroud of stillness. My footsteps echoed on the pavement as I hurried toward the station, my mind still preoccupied with the day's work. When I arrived at the station, the platform was nearly deserted. There were only a handful of other people waiting. An older man leaning against a pillar with a newspaper tucked under his arm. A young woman scrolling through her phone, and a man in a heavy overcoat standing a little farther down, staring off into the distance. The station's fluorescent lights buzzed faintly, casting a pale glow over everything, making the empty platform feel even more surreal. I heard the train before I saw it, the distant rumble growing louder until it pulled into the station with a screech of its brakes. The doors slid open with a mechanical hiss, and I stepped inside, heading instinctively to my usual spot, a window seat near the middle of the car. It was a habit I'd fallen into over the years. That particular seat gave me just enough space to stretch my legs and let me gaze out at the city as the train sped through the night. The car was sparsely populated, as I'd expected for this time of night. Across from me sat a woman in a scarf, engrossed in a paperback novel. A few rows down, a man in a rumpled suit was typing furiously on a laptop, his expression tense and focused. Toward the back of the car, an elderly gentleman sat quietly, gazing out the window as though lost in thought. The faint hum of the train mixed with the occasional rustling of pages or the clack of keys on the man's laptop. As the train lurched forward, I settled into my seat, resting my head against the cool glass of the window. The city outside blurred into streaks of light and shadow as we picked up speed. I let my mind wander, the rhythmic clatter of the wheels against the tracks lulling me into a state of calm. It was moments like these, brief respites from the chaos of the day, when I felt most at peace. But that peace didn't last. About 10 minutes into the ride, something unusual caught my attention. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed another train running on a parallel track to the left. At first, I thought nothing of it. Trains often ran side by side on this route, especially at this hour. But as I glanced over, I noticed something that made me sit up straighter. The other train wasn't just similar, it was identical. I leaned closer to the window, trying to get a better look. The exterior was the same dull gray, the same wear and tear visible on the edges of the doors. Inside, the lighting matched perfectly down to the flickering bulb in what appeared to be the third car. I told myself it was just a coincidence, that there was no reason to be unsettled. But the longer I looked, the more my unease grew. The interior of the train mirrored my own in every detail. The same seats, the same layout, even the same spacing of passengers. It was as though someone had taken the train I was on and placed it on the adjacent track. My pulse quickened as I scanned the windows, looking for something, anything, that could explain what I was seeing. And then I saw him. Sitting in the same seat as mine, on the other train, was a man. At first, I thought he was just another passenger. But as I looked closer, my stomach tightened. He wasn't just any man, He was me. The man on the other train was wearing the same navy suit I had on, the same maroon tie that I'd loosened after leaving the office. His posture was identical to mine, leaning slightly to the side, one hand resting on a bag that looked exactly like mine. I felt a chill crawl up my spine, a cold, prickling sensation that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I stared at him, my mind racing for answers. Was it some sort of reflection? No, it couldn't be. The other train was moving independently, slightly ahead of mine. Was it a coincidence? A man who just happened to look like me? But the resemblance was too uncanny, too precise. And then he turned his head. Our eyes met, and in that instant, time seemed to stop. His expression mirrored my own, confusion, fear, disbelief. It wasn't just like looking into a mirror. It was like seeing another version of myself staring back at me, equally stunned. For what felt like an eternity, we stared at each other. I don't know how long it lasted, maybe a second, maybe longer, but it was enough to leave me frozen in place, unable to look away. And then, as abruptly as it had appeared, the other train began to speed up. I watched helplessly as it pulled ahead, its lights growing smaller and smaller until it disappeared into the dark mouth of a tunnel. One moment, he was there. The next, he was gone. I remained motionless, my heart pounding in my chest. My reflection in the window stared back at me, but it wasn't the same. I couldn't stop replaying what I'd just seen, trying to make sense of it. My mind grasped at every possible explanation, but none of them felt right. The rest of the ride passed in a haze. I was dimly aware of the other passengers, the faint announcements for the upcoming stops, the rhythmic clatter of the train on the tracks. But my thoughts were elsewhere, consumed by the image of the other train and the man who had been sitting in my seat. When we finally pulled into my station, I stepped onto the platform feeling unsteady, as though the ground beneath me wasn't quite solid. The cold night air hit me, but it did little to clear the fog in my mind. I walked home on autopilot, my legs moving mechanically while my thoughts spiraled. By the time I reached my apartment, I felt utterly drained. I dropped my bag by the door and sank onto the couch, staring blankly at the wall. The quiet of my apartment was deafening, amplifying the thoughts that raced through my head. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the other train, the other me. I kept replaying the moment our eyes met, trying to understand what it meant. Was it a hallucination? A trick of the mind brought on by exhaustion? Or had I witnessed something I wasn't supposed to see? In the days that followed, I avoided telling anyone about what I'd experienced. How could I? It sounded insane, even to me. But the memory lingered, gnawing at the edges of my thoughts. Every time I boarded the train, I found myself glancing out the window, scanning the parallel tracks for any sign of that other train. It hasn't happened again, and maybe it never will. But the experience left me with a lingering unease, a sense that the world isn't as straightforward as I once believed. And even now, late at night, when I'm riding the train home and the city outside the window blurs into darkness, I can't help but wonder, if it happens again, what will I do? And more importantly, what will he? I used to think of my neighborhood as one of the safest places in the world. It was a quiet, tree-lined suburb where everyone knew each other in passing, if not by name. Families lived in neat, comfortable homes, kids played on the sidewalks without a care, and life moved at a slow, predictable pace. When my wife and I bought our house 5 years ago, I felt like I'd finally crossed some invisible threshold into the kind of stability and comfort I'd always wanted. The house wasn't huge, but it was ours. It had a cozy little backyard, a driveway big enough for both of our vehicles, and a garage that I'd turned into a small workshop for tinkering on weekends. For years, nothing unusual ever happened. There were no major crimes, no strange occurrences, no reason to feel anything but safe. That's why, when I first heard about a string of car break-ins in the neighborhood, I didn't think much of it. It started as whispers at the grocery store and casual mentions in the local Facebook group. A car here, or there had been rummaged through. Someone's sunglasses were stolen. A GPS went missing. Most of the break-ins were small-scale, quick grabs of anything left visible in an unlocked vehicle. Still, the fact that it was happening in our quiet neighborhood was enough to make people nervous. At first, I brushed it off as just bad luck for the few people affected. But the more I thought about it, the more it bothered me. I started locking my truck religiously, even though I'd always left it unlocked before. I kept an eye out at night when I let the dog out, glancing at the street to make sure everything looked normal. And then one day, I decided to do something about it. I wasn't about to let some petty thief mess with my property. That's when I bought the driveway camera. It was nothing fancy, just one of those motion-detecting models that could stream footage straight to my phone. It wasn't expensive, but it got decent reviews online, and it seemed like the simplest way to get some peace of mind. Installing it was easy enough. I mounted it on the side of the garage, aiming it down the driveway toward the street. I tested it a few times by walking back and forth in front of it, watching the live feed on my phone. It worked like a charm, catching every movement in crystal clear detail. I felt good about it. If anyone tried to mess with my truck or anything else, I'd know right away. For the first week or so, the camera didn't pick up much. I got the occasional notification on my phone, usually a cat wandering through the yard or a car driving by late at night. It was exactly what I expected. I'd scroll through the footage in the mornings out of curiosity, but there was never anything worth noting. Life went on as normal, and I started to think I might have been overreacting by buying the camera in the first place. Then one night, everything changed. It was a little after 2 in the morning when I got the first notification. I was half asleep when my phone buzzed on the nightstand. At first, I ignored it, assuming it was another cat or maybe the wind setting off the motion sensor. But when I couldn't fall back asleep, I reached over and checked my phone. What I saw made my blood run cold. The footage showed a man standing at the very edge of my driveway, just outside the glow of the streetlight. He wasn't doing anything, just standing there. His posture was completely still, unnervingly rigid. He was tall and thin, dressed in dark clothes with a hood pulled up over his head. His face was partially obscured by shadows, but it was clear enough to see one detail that froze me in place. He was staring directly into the camera. The timestamp on the footage read 2:04 a.m. I watched, waiting for him to move, but he didn't. He just stood there, staring. The seconds ticked by, then minutes. 5 minutes. Then 10. The man didn't move a muscle the entire time. Finally, without warning, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the darkness. I stared at the screen, unable to shake the eerie feeling that he knew I was watching him. The next morning, I reviewed the footage again. Seeing it in the light of day didn't make it any less unsettling. If anything, it was worse. There was something unnerving about his stillness, the way he just stood there like he had all the time in the world. I saved the clip, but didn't know what to do with it. The man hadn't done anything illegal, technically. He hadn't stepped onto my property or tried to break into the truck. He just stood there, watching, waiting. I tried to brush it off as a fluke. Maybe it was someone who'd gotten lost, or a drunk guy who didn't realize he was being filmed. I told myself it wouldn't happen again. But a week later, it did. The second time was worse. He showed up at the exact same time, 2:04 a.m. This time, he was standing closer to the driveway, just a few feet away from my truck. His hood was still up, but I could see more of his face. He was pale, almost sickly looking, with hollow eyes and dark circles under them. His expression was blank, but there was something about it that sent a chill down my spine. Just like before, he stood there for 10 minutes, completely motionless, before walking away into the shadows. By now, I couldn't ignore it anymore. I downloaded the footage and saved it to a USB drive. The next morning, I went to the local police station to report it. The officer on duty watched the clips carefully, his expression hard to read. He didn't seem as alarmed as I was, but he didn't dismiss it, either. He promised to send patrol cars through the area at night, and told me to call them if the man showed up again. I nodded, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't enough. For 2 weeks, the man didn't appear. I started to think maybe the police patrols had scared him off. I even stopped checking the camera as often, trying to convince myself that it was over. But then, on the 17th night, he came back. This time, he was standing directly in front of my truck. He was so close that the camera picked up every detail of his face. His skin looked even paler than before, almost gray under the streetlight. And then there was his expression. It wasn't blank anymore. His lips were curled into the faintest hint of a smile, like he knew something I didn't. I couldn't take my eyes off the screen. I felt a deep, creeping dread that I couldn't explain. The next morning, the police came back to review the footage. They canvassed the neighborhood, talked to some of my neighbors, and even checked other security cameras in the area. But no one else had seen him. None of the other cameras had picked him up. It was like he only existed when he was standing in front of my driveway. That thought terrified me more than anything else. The final time he appeared was the most terrifying. It was a little before 2 a.m. when I got the notification. I opened the live feed, and there he was. He was standing even closer this time, just a few feet from the garage door. His hood was down, and his face was fully visible. His hollow eyes seemed to look right through the camera, right through the screen, and directly at me. For the first time, he moved. Slowly, deliberately, he raised his hand and pointed directly at the camera. And then the screen went black. When I went outside later, I found that the wires to the camera had been neatly cut. There were no fingerprints, no sign of him anywhere. The police came again, but there were no leads, no evidence, nothing they could do. After that, I couldn't stay there anymore. My wife and I decided to move. It wasn't just because of him. There were other reasons too, but he was the final push we needed to leave. Even now, in our new house, I can't shake the memory of that man. I still check the driveway camera every night before bed, half expecting to see him standing there again, staring at me through the lens. I don't know who he was, what he wanted, or why he kept coming back. But I do know this: once you feel like you've been watched, truly watched, that feeling never goes away. It stays with you, even when the cameras are off and the world is quiet. And it's in those quiet moments, late at night, when I wonder if he's still out there somewhere waiting to be seen again. When I moved into the house, it was supposed to be a fresh start. Life had been heavy for a while, getting through a divorce, dealing with the emotional fallout, and trying to find a sense of normalcy again. I needed a place where I could catch my breath, somewhere quiet, somewhere simple. The house seemed perfect. A 2-bedroom bungalow at the end of a cul-de-sac. It was unassuming, tucked away, with a small front porch and a backyard big enough for Max, my German Shepherd. It was the kind of place where the world seemed to slow down, where I could finally get some peace. Max and I had been inseparable for years. He was a loyal companion, a constant in a life that had felt like shifting sand for far too long. When we first stepped through the door, he seemed curious and excited, sniffing every corner, wagging his tail as he explored. I felt a flicker of hope watching him settle in, as if this new house wasn't just a chance for me to rebuild, but also a fresh start for him. I remember thinking how quiet the house was, how it seemed to welcome us with open arms. It was the kind of quiet that felt comforting, almost protective. The first week went by uneventfully. My days were spent unpacking, organizing, and making the space my own. I hung pictures on the walls, set up my small collection of books in the living room, and put together Max's favorite corner near the fireplace where he liked to nap. The nights were calm, filled with the soft hum of crickets outside and the occasional rustle of leaves from the trees in the backyard. I started to feel like I could breathe again, like I'd finally found a place where I could let my guard down. Then, about a week after I moved in, something happened that I couldn't quite explain. It was late one evening. I was sitting on the couch in the living room, scrolling through my phone while Max lay by the fireplace. The house was quiet, the kind of stillness that had started to feel normal and comforting. Suddenly, Max's head shot up. His ears were perked, his body tense, and his eyes were locked on the hallway that led to the bedrooms. He didn't bark, but he let out a low growl, a sound so deep and guttural that it made me sit up straight. I followed his gaze, but the hallway was dark and still. At first, I thought maybe he'd heard something outside, a raccoon or maybe the wind rustling a branch. But then I noticed the way his body was positioned. He wasn't looking at the front door or the windows. He was staring straight down the hallway. The growl continued, low and steady, as if he was warning me about something I couldn't see. I stood up, feeling a prickle of unease. I walked down the hallway, turning on lights as I went. The hallway led to the 2 bedrooms and the bathroom, and everything was exactly as I'd left it. The bedroom doors were open, the windows shut and locked. There was no sign of anything unusual. I even checked the closets, telling myself I was being overly cautious, but it felt necessary. By the time I walked back to the living room, Max had stopped growling, but he was still alert, his ears twitching. I told myself it was nothing, just the house settling, maybe a sound from outside that only he could hear. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. That night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The house was silent again, but the memory of Max's growl lingered. I told myself it was just nerves, that moving into a new place always came with its share of adjustments. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. The next night, it happened again. I was in bed, half asleep, when I heard it. Faint, soft footsteps coming from the hallway. They were deliberate, unhurried, and distinctly human. My eyes shot open, and for a moment I froze, straining to listen. The sound was unmistakable, soft creaks of the floorboards, moving slowly toward my bedroom. My heart raced as I sat up in bed. Max, who had been lying at the foot of the bed, was already awake. He wasn't growling this time, but his ears were pinned back, and he was staring at the door. I waited, barely breathing, but the footsteps stopped just as suddenly as they'd started. I got out of bed, grabbed a flashlight, and checked the hallway again. Just like before, there was nothing. No one. Every door was locked, every window secure. It didn't make any sense. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, that it was just the house settling, but the sound of those footsteps stuck with me. It wasn't random creaking. It was deliberate, measured, and far too intentional to be dismissed so easily. Over the next few weeks, the footsteps became a regular occurrence. Sometimes they'd come in the early evening while I was sitting in the living room, other times in the middle of the night. They always started in the hallway, soft and steady, and they always stopped just before I could pinpoint their source. Max's reactions varied. Sometimes he'd growl, other times he'd just stare, his body tense and alert. I started to dread the evenings, knowing that at some point, I'd hear them again. I began trying to rationalize what was happening. I called a contractor to inspect the house, telling him I'd been hearing strange noises, and wanted to make sure there wasn't a structural issue. He spent the better part of a day checking everything, floorboards, walls, the attic, but found nothing unusual. The house, he said, was solid. No loose boards, no signs of pests, nothing that could explain the sounds I was hearing. One night, I decided to record the sounds. I needed proof, something tangible that I could analyze later. It was just past 2 in the morning when the footsteps started again. I was sitting in the living room with Max at my feet, my phone recording as I listened. The sound was the same as always, soft, deliberate steps moving down the hallway. When I played the recording back the next day, I heard something I hadn't noticed before. Beneath the sound of the footsteps was a faint wheezing, like someone struggling to breathe. It was subtle but unmistakable, a labored inhale and exhale that sent a chill down my spine. Hearing that faint wheezing on the recording made everything feel much more real. It wasn't just in my head anymore, and it wasn't something I could easily explain away. I spent hours replaying the audio, analyzing every second of it, trying to make sense of what I was hearing. The footsteps were clear, measured, and deliberate, just as I had experienced them in person. But the wheezing, there was something deeply unsettling about it. It sounded weak, strained, almost as if whoever, or whatever, was making it was in pain. After that night, I couldn't ignore what was happening anymore. The house didn't feel like a sanctuary any longer. Every creak, every faint sound sent my heart racing. Max seemed just as uneasy as I was. He'd spend hours sitting in the living room, staring down the hallway with his ears perked, his tail still. He rarely barked, but the tension in his body was palpable, as if he was constantly on edge. One night, I decided to stay up late and keep watch. I didn't know what I was hoping to see. Part of me was terrified of the idea that I might actually find something, but I couldn't take the not knowing anymore. I turned off all the lights in the house and sat in the living room with Max by my side, my phone ready to record. The hours passed slowly, the silence heavy and oppressive. Just as I was starting to think nothing would happen, I heard it again. The footsteps started faintly, coming from the far end of the hallway. My breath caught in my throat as I strained to listen, my phone already recording. The sound grew louder, more distinct, as if someone was walking toward the living room. Max let out a low growl, his body rigid, his eyes fixed on the darkness of the hallway. I held my flashlight tightly, my heart pounding in my chest. But just like every other time, the footsteps stopped abruptly, leaving only silence behind. I played the recording back the next day, and just like before, the footsteps were clear, accompanied by that faint wheezing sound. This time, though, the wheezing seemed closer, more pronounced, as if whoever, or whatever, was responsible was getting closer to me. It felt like a warning, a reminder that whatever was happening wasn't going to go away on its own. I started to research the history of the house, desperate for answers. I dug through old property records, newspaper archives, and anything else I could find. The house was over 50 years old, and while it had changed hands several times, there was nothing in its history that stood out as unusual. No tragic deaths, no reports of strange activity, nothing that could explain what I was experiencing. The lack of answers only made things worse. I felt like I was spiraling, grasping at straws, trying to make sense of something that defied logic. Then, one evening, I decided to talk to one of my neighbors. She was an older woman who had lived on the street for decades, and I figured if anyone knew anything about the house, it would be her. She was kind, polite, and eager to chat, but when I mentioned the house, her demeanor changed. Her smile faltered, and she hesitated before speaking. She told me that she didn't know much about the previous owners, only that they had moved out rather suddenly a few years ago. She didn't elaborate, and I didn't press her, but the way she looked at me, almost apologetically, stuck with me. That night, the footsteps came again, louder and more persistent than ever. It felt like they were circling the house, moving from the hallway to the living room and back again. Max was on edge, pacing nervously and letting out low, anxious whines. I felt trapped, powerless, as if I was at the mercy of something I couldn't understand or control. The next morning, I made the decision to leave. I couldn't stay in that house any longer. Whatever was happening there, it wasn't something I could live with. I packed up my belongings, loaded them into my car, and took Max with me. I didn't even bother to clean or organize. I just needed to get out. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The house loomed in my rearview mirror, its windows dark and lifeless. It felt like it was daring me to come back, like it knew I couldn't escape its presence entirely. Even now, months later, I still think about that house. I still hear the footsteps in my mind, still feel the weight of its oppressive silence. I don't know what it was, and maybe I never will. But I do know one thing. Some places are meant to be left alone. I never told anyone about what I experienced there, not in detail anyway. Most people wouldn't believe me, and honestly, I can't blame them. If I hadn't lived through it myself, I wouldn't believe it either. But every now and then, when I'm lying in bed late at night, I'll hear a sound, a faint creak, a soft shuffle, and my heart will skip a beat. And for just a moment, I'll wonder if it followed me. It's been a while since this happened, but even now, I find myself thinking about it more often than I'd like to admit. I've always been a rational person, the type who doesn't believe in ghosts or paranormal encounters. I work in IT, a field where everything has an explanation, logical, grounded, understandable. But what happened that night defied all logic, and no matter how much I've tried to explain it away, it lingers. It was late, probably around midnight, when my shift finally ended. We were in the middle of a major system upgrade at work, which meant long hours and late nights. That particular night, I was one of the last people left in the building. By the time I stepped outside, the office was completely silent, the kind of silence that feels unnatural, like the world is holding its breath. The parking lot stretched out in front of me, dimly lit by flickering streetlights that buzzed faintly in the cool night air. Most of the cars were gone, leaving the lot almost empty except for a few scattered vehicles near the entrances. My car was parked farther out, near the chain-link fence that bordered the property. I've always had a habit of parking in the less crowded areas. It's quieter, easier to leave quickly, and I don't have to worry about anyone dinging my doors. I adjusted the strap of my bag and started walking toward my car. At first, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The night was still, with only the faint hum of the lights and the distant rustle of leaves in the breeze. But as I approached my car, I noticed something, or rather, someone. A car was parked a couple of spaces over from mine, and inside it sat a woman. Her car wasn't running, and she wasn't looking at a phone or rummaging through her bag like most people do when they're sitting in their car. She was just sitting there, perfectly still. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe she was waiting for someone, or maybe she was just taking a moment to herself before driving off. But as I got closer, I couldn't help but notice how still she was. Too still. Her posture was unnaturally rigid, her back straight as a rod, her hands resting on the steering wheel. She stared straight ahead, not moving an inch. Something about her struck me as odd, but I brushed it off. It was late, and I was tired. People do all kinds of strange things when they think no one is watching. I tried not to look at her as I walked past her car, but out of the corner of my eye, I noticed something that made me stop in my tracks. She wasn't staring straight ahead. Her head was tilted slightly, and her eyes were fixed on me. She wasn't turning her head to look at me directly, but she was watching me through her peripheral vision. Her gaze was sharp and unblinking, and it sent a chill down my spine. I told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe she wasn't even looking at me. Maybe she was just zoning out or lost in thought. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something wrong. I quickened my pace, the sound of my footsteps echoing faintly in the stillness. As I passed her car, I couldn't help but glance at her again, and that's when it happened. She moved. It was subtle at first, a slight tilt of her head, as if acknowledging my presence. Then slowly, deliberately, she turned her head to follow me as I walked past. The way she moved, it's hard to describe. It wasn't jerky or hesitant, but it wasn't entirely natural either. It was too smooth, too controlled, like the movement of a puppet being guided by invisible strings. Her face was expressionless, her eyes cold and empty, but they stayed locked on me as I continued toward my car. By the time I reached my car, my heart was pounding. I unlocked the door and slid inside, locking it again as soon as I was seated. I told myself I was overreacting. She was probably just startled by me walking so close to her car. Maybe she thought I was acting suspicious. But no matter how much I tried to rationalize it, I couldn't shake the unease that settled in my chest. I started the engine, the sound breaking the heavy silence of the night. That's when I saw her car door open. She stepped out slowly, her movements strange and unnatural. Her arms hung limply at her sides, and her steps were uneven, almost jerky, as if she were struggling to control her own body. She turned to face me, her head twitching slightly, and began walking toward my car. Every instinct I had screamed at me to leave. I threw the car into reverse, backing out of my spot so quickly I almost hit the curb. As I shifted into drive and started to pull away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. She had stopped in the middle of the parking lot. She stood there perfectly still, her head tilted at that unnerving angle. Her face was illuminated by the pale, flickering light of the street lamp, and her eyes were locked on my car as it sped away. I didn't slow down until I was well away from the office. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly they ached, and my heart was still racing. I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see her following me, but there was nothing. Just the empty road behind me. When I got home, I locked the door behind me and sat in the silence of my apartment, replaying the encounter over and over in my mind. I told myself it was nothing, that I was just tired and my imagination was running wild. But no matter how much I tried to convince myself, I couldn't shake the feeling that what I'd seen wasn't normal. The next morning, I was still thinking about her. I couldn't let it go. I decided to check the parking lot security footage from the night before, hoping it would give me some answers. Maybe seeing it on video would help me make sense of what I'd experienced. When I reviewed the footage, my heart sank. There was no car 2 spaces over from mine. There was no woman sitting in the driver's seat, no one stepping out and walking toward me. The footage showed me walking across the parking lot to my car, illuminated by the dim lights. But I was alone. I watched it again, rewinding and playing it back, looking for any sign of her. There was nothing, just me and the empty parking lot. Even now, I don't know what to make of it. I've tried to rationalize it, to tell myself it was just my imagination or maybe a trick of the light. But deep down, I know what I saw. I've avoided parking in that part of the lot ever since. It feels silly, even irrational, but I can't help it. Every time I walk to my car late at night, I find myself scanning the shadows, half expecting to see her standing there, waiting. Living alone in a remote cottage in Vermont had seemed like an idyllic choice after my divorce. It was the kind of place where silence stretched endlessly, the only interruptions being the chirping of birds during the day and the occasional howl of the wind at night. Nestled at the edge of a sprawling forest, the cottage was everything I had wanted, a secluded space to heal, reflect, and throw myself back into my painting. I had always been drawn to nature, and the cottage, with its worn wooden floors and a fireplace that lent warmth on chilly evenings, felt like the perfect retreat. The nearest neighbor was nearly a mile away, and the gravel road that led to the property was often empty for days on end. At first, the solitude felt empowering. I threw myself into my art, creating landscapes inspired by the rolling hills and dense woods that surrounded me. During the day, the sunlight would stream through the large windows, illuminating the living room and filling the space with a sense of calm. But as night fell, the atmosphere changed. The isolation that had felt comforting during the day became oppressive, the silence too complete, the shadows outside the windows too deep. The night it happened had started like so many others. Autumn had painted the landscape in vibrant hues of red, orange, and gold, and the air carried the crisp scent of fallen leaves. After spending the afternoon working on a watercolor of the ancient oak tree that stood in the backyard, I cleaned up my brushes and prepared a simple dinner. The evening was quiet, save for the occasional gust of wind that rattled the shutters. I spent the rest of the night curled up on the couch with a blanket and a cup of chamomile tea, reading a mystery novel. It was nearing midnight when I first heard it, a faint knock at the door. At first, I wasn't sure if I had imagined it. The sound had been so soft, barely audible over the occasional creak of the old house. I put my book down and listened intently, but the only sound was the wind rustling the leaves outside. Convinced it was nothing, I returned to my book, though I couldn't quite shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me. Then it came again, louder this time, 3 deliberate knocks, evenly spaced. The sound was unmistakable. My heart began to race as I tried to make sense of it. It was late, and I lived in the middle of nowhere. No one ever visited me unannounced, and certainly not at this hour. I froze, straining to hear any other noise, but there was only silence. My first thought was that it might be a neighbor in trouble. But the nearest house was so far away, and I hadn't seen anyone on the road all day. The thought of someone wandering through the woods in the dark seemed unlikely. Still, the idea of ignoring the sound felt wrong. What if someone truly needed help? I got up from the couch and walked slowly toward the door, my bare feet making no sound on the wooden floor. There was a small window beside the door, and I pulled the curtain back just a fraction, enough to peek outside. My porch light cast a dim glow over the steps and the gravel beyond, but there was no one there. The knocking came again, louder and more insistent. I jumped, letting the curtain fall back into place. Whoever, or whatever, was outside was persistent. I felt a chill run down my spine as I backed away from the door. For several minutes, the knocking continued, a steady, deliberate rhythm that echoed through the house. My breathing grew shallow, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, though every window I checked revealed nothing but darkness. I stayed in the living room, frozen in place, until the knocking suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was even more unnerving. I waited for what felt like hours, but there were no more sounds. Eventually, I forced myself to go to bed, though I didn't sleep. Every creak of the house made my heart race, and I lay there, staring at the ceiling, until the first light of dawn began to seep through the curtains. In the morning, I decided to inspect the porch in the daylight. At first glance, everything seemed normal. The porch was empty, and the driveway showed no signs of activity. But as I looked closer, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. There were deep scratches on the wooden frame of the front door, jagged and uneven, as if something had been clawing at it. I stepped back, my heart pounding, and glanced down at the dirt just beyond the steps. That's when I saw them, shoe prints. They were large, much larger than my own, and they led from the edge of the woods to the front steps. The prints were clear and deliberate, but they stopped abruptly just a few feet from the porch. It was as if whoever, or whatever, had made them had vanished into thin air. I felt a wave of unease wash over me. The scratches, the footprints, the knocking, it all felt too deliberate to be the work of an animal, but the alternative was even more unsettling. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching me, testing the boundaries of my little sanctuary. I reported the incident to the local police later that day. An officer came by to take a look, photographing the scratches and the footprints. He listened to my account, nodding thoughtfully, but he didn't offer much in the way of explanations. There was no sign of forced entry, and nothing had been stolen or disturbed inside the house. He suggested it might have been a prank or an animal, though neither explanation felt convincing. For the next few days, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I avoided going outside after dark and kept every light in the house on during the night. My once beloved cottage, which had felt like a sanctuary, now felt like a trap. A few nights later, I woke up to a sound that made my blood run cold. It was scratching, faint at first but growing louder and more frantic. It was coming from the window beside my bed. My heart raced as I lay there, frozen, listening to the sound. It stopped as suddenly as it had started, leaving me in a silence that felt almost deafening. In the morning, I found fresh scratches on the window frame. They were identical to the ones on the door, deep and jagged. That was the breaking point. I couldn't stay there any longer. The isolation that I had once cherished now felt suffocating, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I packed my belongings and left the cottage within a week, moving in with my sister in Boston until I could figure out my next steps. Months later, I heard from a friend that the new tenants of the cottage had moved out abruptly. They had experienced similar incidents, strange knocking at odd hours, scratches on the doors and windows, and an overwhelming sense of unease. To this day, I don't know what happened during those nights. I've tried to rationalize it, to tell myself it could have been an animal or an elaborate prank. But deep down, I know that something wasn't right. Whatever came knocking at my door that night, I'm grateful I never opened it. When I first moved into the apartment, it felt like an opportunity to start over. Life had been turbulent, and I was eager to settle into a quiet routine. The building itself was nothing remarkable, just an old brick complex on the outskirts of town. Its hallways were dimly lit, its walls scuffed from years of tenants moving in and out. The elevator worked when it felt like it, and the faint hum of appliances and footsteps echoed constantly. But I didn't mind. It was affordable, close to work, and most importantly, quiet. My apartment was at the end of the third floor, across from a unit marked 3B. At first, I didn't give much thought to the neighbor in that apartment. I was too busy unpacking, organizing, and trying to settle into my new surroundings. Still, there was something peculiar about that unit. Its blinds were always drawn, and a faint, stale odor seemed to linger just outside the door. The hallway around it felt colder, though I convinced myself it was just an overactive air vent or the way the building was constructed. The first time I saw the man who lived there, it was late in the evening. I was coming back from the grocery store, balancing too many bags, when I noticed him standing in his doorway. He didn't say anything, didn't offer to help, just stood there barefoot, watching me. He was pale, almost unnaturally so, with dark circles under his eyes and disheveled hair. His clothes looked like they'd been thrown on carelessly, and his posture was slack, as though he were utterly exhausted. I glanced over at him and offered a small, polite smile, but he didn't react. He didn't even seem to acknowledge it. Instead, he stepped back into his apartment without a word and closed the door behind him. It struck me as odd, but I quickly pushed the thought aside. After all, people are different. Maybe he was shy or dealing with something personal. I wasn't about to judge. Over time, though, I began to notice things. He never seemed to leave the apartment during the day. There were no sounds coming from inside, no television, no music, no clinking of dishes or muffled conversations. It was as though the apartment was completely unoccupied. But at night, it was a different story. I often stayed up late, enjoying the quiet and the chance to unwind after work. It was during these late-night hours that I first heard the noises. They started faintly, soft creaks from the hallway floorboards, like someone pacing back and forth. At first, I dismissed it as the normal sounds of an old building. But the more I listened, the clearer it became. It wasn't random creaking. It was deliberate, rhythmic. Someone was walking in the hallway late at night, barefoot, with slow, purposeful steps. Curiosity got the better of me one night. I turned off my lights and stood silently near my door, listening. Through the peephole, I saw the man from 3B. He was pacing the hallway, head down, muttering softly to himself. His words were too quiet to make out, but the tone was rhythmic, almost like a chant. He walked back and forth for what felt like hours before retreating to his apartment. I convinced myself that it wasn't a big deal. People have their quirks, and as long as he wasn't causing trouble, it wasn't my place to interfere. But I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something unsettling about him. Then one night, something happened that I couldn't ignore. It had been a long day, and I was looking forward to a good night's sleep. Before going to bed, I double-checked the locks on my door, a habit I'd developed over the years. Satisfied that everything was secure, I turned off the lights and went to sleep. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, I woke up suddenly. At first, I wasn't sure why. The room was silent, the faint glow of a street lamp outside casting long shadows on the walls. As my eyes adjusted to the dark, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. My bedroom door was open. I always closed my bedroom door before bed. It was a small habit that made me feel safer, especially living alone. But now it was slightly ajar, and the sight of it filled me with a creeping unease. I got out of bed slowly, my pulse quickening with each step. When I reached the front door, my heart sank. It was unlocked and slightly open, the chain swaying gently against the frame. I stood there frozen, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I knew I had locked the door. I was certain of it, but now it was open. Forcing myself to move, I checked every corner of my apartment, searching for any sign of an intruder. There was nothing. The windows were locked, and nothing appeared to be out of place. Still, the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. The rest of the night passed in a haze of anxiety. I stayed up with every light in the apartment turned on, clutching a heavy flashlight like a weapon. By morning, I had convinced myself it was just a mistake. Maybe I'd forgotten to lock the door. Maybe I'd imagined closing my bedroom door. It was easier to believe that than to confront the alternative. A few days later, I noticed something strange. The door to 3B was slightly ajar. At first, I thought the man was in the process of moving out, but as the days passed, it became clear that wasn't the case. No moving trucks came. No one entered or exited the apartment. It was as though he had vanished overnight, leaving everything behind. When I finally worked up the courage to ask the landlord about it, her response was vague and dismissive. She said the tenant had broken the lease suddenly and left without notice. There was something about the way she said it that didn't sit right with me. Her tone was clipped, almost rehearsed, and she quickly changed the subject when I pressed for more details. Even with the neighbor gone, the unease didn't leave. The hallway felt different, colder, emptier, yet somehow heavier. I started noticing strange things. The faint smell of cologne that didn't belong to me. The sound of footsteps in the stairwell that stopped as soon as I opened my door. One night, I woke up to the sound of a soft knock at my door. It was so faint that at first, I thought I'd imagined it. But then it came again, slightly louder. I didn't move. I didn't dare breathe. I stood frozen in place, staring at the door, waiting for something to happen. But the knocking stopped, and the hallway fell silent once more. I never opened the door to check. I couldn't bring myself to do it. That was the breaking point for me. The following morning, I contacted the landlord and informed her that I was moving out. I didn't give her a reason, and she didn't ask for one. Within a week, I had packed up everything I owned and left the apartment behind. As I loaded the last of my boxes into my car, I glanced up at the building one final time. The window to 3B was still covered, the blinds drawn tight. For a moment, I thought I saw the faintest shift in the shadows behind the blinds, but when I blinked, it was gone. Even now, in my new apartment, I can't shake the memory of that place. Sometimes late at night, I wake up to the sound of faint knocking or the feeling of someone standing just outside my door. I tell myself it's nothing, that it's all in my head, a lingering echo of an experience I'll never fully understand. But deep down, I can't help but wonder if I left that place behind, or if a part of it followed me. It was a night I'll never forget, even though I've tried countless times to put it out of my mind. Back then, I was working as a nurse at a small clinic just outside the city. The shifts were long, and the paperwork was endless. That particular night, I stayed late to finish some reports. By the time I finally clocked out and got in my car, it was nearly 1 a.m. The roads were deserted, and the silence was deafening, save for the soft hum of my engine as I headed home. The highway I took to get back to my small suburban apartment was long and mostly surrounded by woods. There were no streetlights, no other cars in sight, just darkness stretching endlessly ahead and behind me. It wasn't the first time I'd driven that route alone at night, but something about that night felt different. Maybe it was the exhaustion creeping in, making me more anxious than usual. Or maybe it was the way the wind howled through the trees on either side of the road. As I settled into the drive, I noticed a pair of headlights in my rearview mirror. At first, I thought nothing of it. Cars came and went, even on such a lonely stretch of road. But this car didn't pass me. It stayed behind me, getting closer and closer until it was practically on my bumper. I figured they must be in a hurry, so I changed lanes to let them pass. Instead of speeding by, the car followed me into the other lane. My pulse quickened as I glanced into my rearview mirror again. The headlights were so bright that they flooded the inside of my car, casting eerie shadows. I tried slowing down a bit, thinking maybe they'd get the hint and go around me. But they didn't. If anything, they got even closer. That's when I started to panic. I pressed my foot on the gas, trying to put some distance between us. But no matter how fast I went, they matched my speed, sticking to me like glue. My hands gripped the steering wheel tightly as I tried to think of what to do. Stopping wasn't an option, not out here in the middle of nowhere. I didn't want to pull over and risk confronting whoever was in that car. I kept driving, my heart racing with every mile. I switched lanes again, hoping to throw them off, but they swerved right back behind me. My mind raced with worst-case scenarios. Was this just some reckless driver messing around, or was it something worse? After what felt like an eternity, I spotted the faint glow of neon lights up ahead. It was a gas station, one of those 24-hour places with a convenience store attached. Relief washed over me. At least there would be people there, or at the very least, cameras and bright lights. I pulled into the station, parking as close to the main entrance as I could. As soon as I stopped, I noticed the other car didn't follow me into the lot. Instead, it sped off down the highway, disappearing into the darkness. My hands were shaking as I sat there, trying to catch my breath. I felt a wave of relief, but also unease. Why had they been following me? And why had they suddenly left? After a few minutes, I convinced myself that the danger was over. The gas station was brightly lit, and there were security cameras all around. I decided to go inside and pay for some gas. My tank was nearly empty, and I didn't want to risk running out on the way home. The cashier gave me a polite nod as I handed over some cash. I remember feeling a little self-conscious about how flustered I must have looked. I thought about mentioning the car that had been following me, but decided against it. What would I even say? They were gone now, and I was safe, or so I thought. As I walked back to my car, the cool night air prickling my skin, I felt a strange sensation. It was the kind of instinctual feeling you get when you know someone's watching you. I glanced around but didn't see anyone. The lot was empty except for my car and a couple of others parked near the edge. Shaking off the feeling, I reached for the gas pump. That's when it happened. Out of nowhere, a man lunged at me from behind one of the parked cars. His face was partially obscured by a hood, but I could see the menacing glint in his eyes. He grabbed my arm, his grip so tight it hurt. "Don't scream," he hissed, his voice low and threatening. "Give me your keys." For a moment, I was frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. My mind raced, trying to process what was happening. This couldn't be real. Things like this didn't happen to people like me, or so I'd always thought. But it was real, and I had to do something. I tried to pull away, but his grip only tightened. My keys slipped from my hand and fell to the ground with a metallic clatter. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. Before I could react further, a voice shouted from behind me, "Hey, get away from her." I turned my head just enough to see the gas station attendant running toward us. He was a large man, probably in his 40s, and he was holding a metal bat. His voice was loud and commanding, filled with anger and urgency. The man let go of my arm and bolted, disappearing into the shadows at the edge of the lot. I stumbled backward, my legs shaky and weak. The attendant reached me within seconds, his face etched with concern. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice softer now. I nodded, though I could feel tears streaming down my face. I think so." He stayed with me as I picked up my keys and tried to steady my breathing. A few minutes later, the flashing lights of a police car lit up the lot. The attendant must have called them while I was inside. The officers took my statement and listened intently as I described everything. The car that had followed me, the man who had attacked me. They told me that the two were likely connected. The man must have been in the car that had been tailing me, and when I stopped at the gas station, he jumped out and hidden, waiting for the right moment to strike. They searched the area but didn't find him. The officer who spoke to me said I'd done the right thing by stopping in a well-lit area and staying alert. He also praised the attendant for his quick thinking. I drove home that night with a police escort, my hands still trembling on the steering wheel. When I finally got into my apartment, I locked every door and window and sat on the couch, staring at nothing. I didn't sleep at all. Every sound outside made me jump, and I couldn't shake the image of that man's face or the feeling of his hand gripping my arm. In the days that followed, I replayed the incident over and over in my mind, wondering what I could have done differently. But the truth is, there's no way to predict something like that. I'd always thought I was cautious, but that night taught me how quickly things can go wrong. Over time, the fear faded, though it never completely disappeared. I still avoid driving alone at night whenever I can. And whenever I pass that gas station, I can't help but think about how different things could have been if not for the attendant's intervention. It's a terrifying memory, but it also reminded me of something important. There are good people out there, people who will step up when it matters most. That attendant didn't have to come outside and risk his own safety for me, but he did. For that, I'll always be grateful. Eric and I were in desperate need of a getaway. Life in the city had become overwhelming, and we both felt like we were running on fumes. I worked long hours at an advertising firm, constantly glued to my phone, while Eric's schedule as a software engineer wasn't much better. We barely saw each other, let alone spent meaningful time together. One night, while scrolling through Airbnb listings, Eric found a cabin that seemed perfect, remote, nestled in the woods with a serene lake nearby. The photos showed a cozy space with a stone fireplace, large windows, and enough charm to make it feel like an escape from reality. The reviews were glowing. Guests raved about how peaceful it was, how thoughtful the host, Greg, had been, and how it felt like a slice of heaven in the middle of nowhere. We booked it immediately for the upcoming weekend and began counting down the days. The drive to the cabin was beautiful. The trees grew denser as we left the city behind, and the air seemed fresher with every mile. By the time we reached the gravel path leading to the cabin, the stress of urban life felt like a distant memory. The cabin itself was picture perfect. It sat at the end of the path, surrounded by towering pines. The lake was just visible through the trees, its surface glistening in the late afternoon sun. When we arrived, there was no one there to greet us, but Greg had left a message earlier in the day, reminding us that the key was under the mat. I remember smiling at how thoughtful his tone seemed. Make yourselves at home. Don't hesitate to reach out if you need anything. Inside, the cabin was even more charming than the photos had suggested. The scent of wood filled the air, and the warm lighting made the space feel instantly welcoming. There was a handwritten note on the dining table. Welcome, Eric and Maya. I hope you have a wonderful stay. The cabin is stocked with basics, so just relax and enjoy the peace and quiet. It was such a nice touch, and it made me feel like Greg really cared about the experience he provided. But as we unpacked, I started noticing small details that didn't quite fit. The first thing was the bedroom door. Unlike the other doors in the cabin, it didn't have a lock. I pointed it out to Eric, but he brushed it off, saying it was probably just old. He was right, the cabin did have that rustic charm where things didn't feel perfectly modern, but something about it bothered me. Then there were the cameras. The listing had mentioned that there were a couple of security cameras in common areas for safety. That didn't seem unusual at first, but I spotted 3 cameras in the living room alone. One was positioned right above the TV, another near the fireplace, and a third was angled directly at the couch. I felt uneasy, but Eric reminded me that it was common for rental properties to have cameras. If it really bothers you, we can unplug them, he said. I decided to let it go, though I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching us. Things started to feel stranger when I opened one of the kitchen drawers looking for utensils and found a wallet and a set of keys. They weren't ours, and the wallet didn't look like it had been left behind by a previous guest. It was old, worn, and full of receipts, business cards, and other personal items. Why would this be here? I asked Eric, holding it up. He frowned and came over to take a look. Maybe Greg forgot to clean it out, or maybe he uses the cabin sometimes when no one's renting it. His explanation made sense, but it didn't make me feel any better. I put the wallet back in the drawer and tried to move on. That night, we lit a fire, opened a bottle of wine, and tried to relax. For a while it worked. We talked, laughed, and even played a silly card game we hadn't touched in years. It felt good to reconnect. But as the night wore on, I started hearing noises. At first, it was just a faint creaking sound like the cabin settling. But then it became more deliberate. It sounded like footsteps. Do you hear that? I whispered to Eric. He paused, listening. It's probably just the wind, or maybe an animal on the roof. But it didn't sound like wind, and it definitely didn't sound like an animal. It sounded like someone walking. The listing had said the cabin was completely private. There shouldn't have been anyone else there. But the sounds continued, slow, deliberate creaks that seemed to come from the floor above us. I couldn't sleep that night. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to every sound. At one point, I could have sworn I heard a faint cough. I wanted to wake Eric, but I didn't want to seem paranoid. The next morning, though, we found something that made my fears impossible to ignore. When I walked into the kitchen, there was a coffee mug sitting on the counter. It wasn't ours. "Eric," I called, my voice shaking. "Did you leave this here?" He walked into the kitchen, still groggy. "No, I didn't use a mug last night." We both stared at it, and a sick feeling settled in my stomach. Someone had been in the cabin while we were sleeping. That was it. We packed our bags in record time and left. On the drive back, Eric reported the incident to Airbnb, but their initial response felt underwhelming. They said they'd look into it and offered a partial refund, but it didn't feel like enough. A few weeks later, we got a call from a police detective. He asked if we had stayed at the cabin recently, and when we confirmed, he told us they had conducted a search of the property. What they found still haunts me. Behind a panel in one of the upstairs closets was a hidden crawl space that led to the attic. Inside, they found a sleeping bag, food wrappers, water bottles, and other signs that someone had been living there. The attic had gaps in the floorboards that allowed someone to look down into the living areas below. The detective explained that the host, Greg, had been living in the crawl space and spying on guests during their stays. He had been doing it for years. I felt sick to my stomach as he described it. All those glowing reviews, all those guests who had raved about how peaceful the cabin was. How many of them had been watched without knowing? Greg was arrested and charged with multiple counts of invasion of privacy. I later found out that we weren't the first guests to report strange activity at the cabin, but we were among the lucky ones who left before anything worse happened. To this day, I can't book a vacation rental without feeling uneasy. Every creak, every shadow, every misplaced object feels like a warning. The cabin was supposed to be a place to escape and reconnect, but instead, it became the source of a story I'll never forget, and a reminder that sometimes the perfect getaway can hide the darkest secrets. When Emily and I bought our first home, it felt like we had finally made it. We'd spent years saving for this moment, sacrificing vacations, skipping fancy dinners, and holding off on big expenses so we could make this dream a reality. The house wasn't perfect by any means, but it was ours, a modest 2-story brick home tucked away at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac. We could see the potential, even beneath the layers of peeling paint, creaky floorboards, and outdated fixtures. We were eager to make the place our own. Every evening after work, we would sit in the living room surrounded by unpacked boxes, discussing our plans for renovations. The house was built in the 1940s, so it had plenty of quirks, especially the closets, which were small, oddly shaped, and not very practical. We decided to start there, simple enough for first-time renovators like us. One Saturday, we tackled the upstairs guest bedroom. The closet in that room was the worst of all, a cramped, awkward little space with a sagging floor that made it nearly unusable. Armed with crowbars, hammers, and sheer optimism, we started tearing out old shelves and prying up floorboards. At first, it felt like any other DIY project, messy but satisfying. That changed quickly. As I pried up one of the warped floorboards, I noticed something unusual. Beneath the floor was a rectangular opening, dark and ominous. It was just big enough for a person to squeeze through. My initial reaction was curiosity, followed almost immediately by unease. What was this? And why hadn't we noticed it before? I grabbed a flashlight from the toolbox and crouched down to take a closer look. The beam of light revealed a small, enclosed space. At first, it was hard to make out what I was seeing, but as I focused, details began to emerge. A sleeping bag, crumpled and dirty, lay against one wall. Nearby were empty food cans, discarded fast food wrappers, and scattered cigarette butts. It hit me like a punch to the gut. Someone had been living here. The realization sent a cold chill down my spine. I suddenly felt exposed, vulnerable, like the safety of our new home had been shattered. How long had they been here? Were they still around? Emily and I were both shaken. We didn't know what to do at first. The space felt wrong, like it carried the weight of something we couldn't see or understand. After some deliberation, we called the police to report what we had found. The officers arrived later that afternoon. They examined the crawl space and confirmed our fears. It had indeed been used as a living space. They found an entry point under the porch, a small gap that wasn't visible unless you were looking for it. It was clear that whoever had been there had accessed the crawl space through that opening. The police told us that the space appeared to have been abandoned for some time, but they couldn't say exactly how long. They took photos, documented the scene, and assured us that it was unlikely the person would return. Hearing that should have been reassuring, but it wasn't. That night, sleep was impossible. Every creak of the old house sounded amplified in the silence. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, imagining footsteps or the sound of the crawl space opening up again. Emily was just as unsettled. I could hear her restless breathing beside me. The house no longer felt like our sanctuary. It felt like a place we couldn't fully trust. The next morning, we decided to take action. I called a locksmith to change all the locks on the house, even the ones that seemed secure. We also decided to install a security system with cameras, motion detectors, and alarms. I wanted to make sure there wasn't a single point of entry that wasn't under our control. Later that day, I went under the porch to deal with the entry point to the crawl space. It was a narrow opening, almost hidden by the way the porch skirt curved. Using heavy-duty screws and a metal grate, I sealed it shut. The work took longer than I expected, but I didn't care. I wasn't leaving anything to chance. In the days that followed, life slowly started to return to normal, but the unease lingered. Every time I walked past the guest bedroom, I felt a twinge of discomfort. Emily avoided the room entirely unless I was with her. Even with the locks changed and the security system in place, the experience had left its mark on us. We tried to focus on our renovations, channeling our energy into making the house feel like home again. We painted walls, replaced old fixtures, and even added some personal touches to the guest bedroom. But no matter how much we changed, the memory of that crawl space lingered. Occasionally, I found myself lying awake at night, thinking about the person who had lived there. What had brought them to that point? Were they desperate? Homeless? Or was it something darker? The not knowing was the worst part. Over time, the sense of fear began to fade, replaced by a kind of guarded acceptance. The cameras showed nothing unusual, and the house settled back into its quiet rhythm. Still, the experience had changed us. I started checking the locks every night before bed, triple-checking them if I heard even the faintest sound outside. Emily developed a habit of glancing at the security monitor whenever she walked past it. Years later, I still think about that crawl space from time to time. It's strange how something so small, a hidden corner of a house, can leave such a lasting impression. The fear isn't as sharp as it once was, but the memory lingers, a quiet reminder of how vulnerable we can be without even realizing it. The house is different now, fully renovated, warm, and inviting. It feels like home in every sense of the word. But every so often, when I walk past the guest bedroom or hear the faint groan of the floorboards, I can't help but remember what we found that day. And for a moment, I feel that same chill I felt when I first looked into the darkness of the crawl space. It's a feeling I don't think I'll ever completely shake. It happened a couple of years ago, but even now, I get chills when I think about it. It was one of those nights where everything seemed perfect until it wasn't. My best friend Amanda had just gotten a big promotion at work, and a group of us decided to celebrate. We hit this lively club downtown, a place that was trendy enough to draw a decent crowd, but not so packed that you couldn't breathe. It was one of those nights filled with laughter, dancing, and maybe one too many cocktails. By the end of the night, I was completely exhausted. Amanda and the rest of the group were still in high spirits, but I could feel my energy draining. I'm not much of a night owl. I like my social outings in moderation, and I've always been the kind of person who enjoys quiet evenings more than loud parties. I didn't want to kill the vibe, so I decided to call it a night and let them keep the celebration going without me. It was around 1 a.m. when I stepped out of the club into the cool night air. The streets were still lively, but you could feel the shift: fewer people, quieter conversations, and the occasional sound of a car passing by. I pulled out my phone and opened the rideshare app. It was something I did without thinking, really. A quick tap here, a confirmation there, and the app showed that a car would arrive in about 3 minutes. The details were all there on the screen: a silver Toyota Camry, driven by someone named Greg. His profile picture showed a middle-aged man with a kind face and glasses, the kind of person who might work as a librarian or a school teacher. The app reassured me with its familiar format, and I felt no reason to double-check anything. When the silver Camry pulled up to the curb, I didn't think twice. It matched the car description perfectly. The driver rolled down the passenger side window and called my name, asking if I was Emily. I nodded and approached the car, opening the back door and sliding into the seat. At first, nothing seemed overtly wrong, but there was a slight unease that I couldn't quite place. The interior smelled faintly of cigarettes, which was unusual. Most rideshare drivers I'd encountered had immaculate cars that smelled like air fresheners. Still, I brushed it off. Maybe Greg had a long shift, or maybe it wasn't even him who smoked. It could have been a previous passenger. The real discomfort started when I noticed the driver wasn't confirming anything. Normally, a driver would ask something like, "Heading to 123 Main Street," or at least say hello. But this man said nothing. He just stared straight ahead, his hands gripping the wheel tightly. I tried to break the silence, thinking it might make me feel less awkward. I asked if he'd been driving all night, but his response was curt and muttered. He didn't look at me through the rearview mirror, and his body language felt closed off. That's when my unease shifted into something sharper, something closer to fear. I pulled out my phone under the guise of checking my messages, but I went straight to the rideshare app instead. My stomach dropped when I saw the details on the screen again. The license plate didn't match. I froze for a moment, my mind racing. The man driving didn't look anything like Greg, the smiling, friendly figure in the app. His face was partially obscured by the dim lighting inside the car, but it was clear he was younger, rougher around the edges. I felt my breath quicken as I tried to process what was happening. I told myself to stay calm. Panicking wouldn't help. I reached for the door handle, trying to open it casually, but it didn't budge. My heart sank when I heard the audible click of the lock. In that moment, a wave of dread washed over me. I was trapped in a car with a stranger who wasn't supposed to be driving me. My mind started racing, trying to think of what I could do. I didn't want to let on that I was panicking, so I forced myself to stay as composed as possible. I pretended to scroll through my phone, as if I were just distracted. That's when an idea came to me. I opened the phone's dialer, put it on the lock screen, and pretended to answer a call. In my head, I knew I had to make it sound believable. Speaking into the phone, I greeted an imaginary caller. I made my voice light and casual, like I wasn't sitting in the back of a stranger's locked car. I started talking about how I had just gotten into the car and how thankful I was that my brother was tracking my location. I even mentioned the make and model of the car, as though the person on the other end was confirming it. I could feel the driver's tension shift. He glanced at me through the rearview mirror, and I saw a flicker of unease in his expression. I kept going, raising my voice just enough to sound confident. I threw in a line about the police being notified if I didn't arrive home on time, hoping it would spook him further. The car came to a sudden stop. My body jerked forward slightly, but I didn't care. All I could think about was getting out. Without saying a word, the man unlocked the doors. I didn't wait for an explanation or an apology. I grabbed my bag, shoved the door open, and practically leapt out onto the sidewalk. My legs felt shaky, but I forced myself to move, putting as much distance between me and the car as possible. I didn't stop walking until I reached a well-lit intersection with people around. Only then did I let myself breathe. My hands were trembling so much that it took me a few tries to call Amanda. When I finally got through, I told her everything. She begged me to call the police, and I knew she was right. The officers who took my statement were kind but serious. They told me I'd done the right thing by trusting my instincts and getting out of the car. What they said next chilled me to the core. There had been several reports recently of fake rideshare drivers in the area. The car I described matched one that had been involved in other suspicious incidents, and they were investigating it further. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying everything in my head, wondering what might have happened if I hadn't noticed the mismatched license plate or thought to fake that phone call. It was one of those moments that forces you to confront how quickly things can go wrong and how important it is to trust your gut. Since then, I've changed how I approach rideshares. I triple-check the license plate and the driver's photo before getting into any car. I share my trip details with someone I trust, and I never let my guard down, no matter how tired or distracted I might be. Looking back, I still get a little shaken when I think about how close I came to a potentially dangerous situation. But I'm also grateful for my instincts, for the fake call that scared him off, and for the reminder that it's always better to be overly cautious than to regret ignoring that nagging feeling in your gut. When I think back to that time, a cold, gnawing sensation rises in my chest. It happened years ago during my senior year of college, and though I've moved on in so many ways, I can still feel the echoes of that night. Back then, I was so excited to move into my very first apartment. It was a little one-bedroom unit on the top floor of a charming but aging brick building, just a short walk from campus. For me, it was a huge step toward independence. No roommates, no shared bathroom or kitchen. I could decorate the way I wanted and live by my own rules. The place wasn't perfect, it was old, and you could feel it. The wooden floors creaked no matter how carefully you walked. The walls were thin enough to hear muffled conversations from the neighbors, and the stairwell had a faint, musty smell. But it was affordable, it had big windows that let in lots of light, and it felt like home, at least at first. The first few weeks were uneventful, just the usual chaos of settling in. I was juggling a heavy class schedule, a part-time job, and late-night study sessions, so I wasn't home much during the day. I'd leave early in the morning, and often wouldn't return until after dark, usually too tired to do more than heat up some ramen and crash on the couch. But then little things started to happen. At first, they were so minor that I didn't give them much thought. I'd come home and find my keys in a different spot than I remembered leaving them. Sometimes I'd notice that a bag of chips I'd barely touched the day before was suddenly empty. Once, my favorite hoodie went missing for a few days, only to reappear, neatly folded on the back of my chair. I brushed it all off as stress or forgetfulness. After all, I was living alone for the first time, and I had a lot on my plate. Maybe I was misplacing things without realizing it. Maybe I was eating snacks late at night and forgetting about it. It was easier to believe that than to consider any other explanation. Still, there was a part of me that felt uneasy. I remember telling myself I was just being silly, that I needed to relax. But that feeling, that quiet, nagging sensation that something wasn't right, stayed with me, even though I tried my best to ignore it. One night, as I was getting ready for bed, I heard a noise that stopped me in my tracks. It was this faint, rhythmic creaking sound like footsteps. At first, I thought it was coming from upstairs. The building was old, and the floors weren't exactly soundproof. I'd gotten used to hearing my neighbors moving around or dragging furniture late at night. But the more I listened, the more I realized something didn't add up. I lived on the top floor. There was no one above me. I froze, my ears straining to make sense of the sound. It seemed to be coming from my bedroom, and it wasn't just random creaks. It was deliberate, like someone shifting their weight slowly from one foot to the other. My heart started pounding as I tried to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe it was the pipes, or the wind, or some other harmless explanation. But then I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible sound of breathing. I can't even describe the wave of fear that washed over me in that moment. It was like every instinct in my body was screaming at me to run, to get out of there. My legs felt like lead, and my hands started shaking as I grabbed the nearest thing I could find, a kitchen knife I'd left in the dish rack. I backed away slowly, trying not to make a sound, and locked myself in the bathroom. My thoughts were racing. Was someone in my apartment? How did they get in? Had they been here the whole time? I called the police, my voice barely above a whisper as I explained the situation. The dispatcher told me to stay where I was and keep the door locked until officers arrived. I sat on the bathroom floor, clutching the knife so tightly my hand ached. Every tiny sound outside made my heart race. I kept thinking about all the times I'd ignored those little signs. How many nights had I slept in that apartment while someone else was there, watching me? It felt like an eternity before I heard the knock at the door and the loud, reassuring voices of the police. I unlocked the bathroom door and stepped out, still clutching the knife, as they entered the apartment. They told me to stay put while they searched the place. I stood frozen in the living room, listening to their footsteps as they moved through each room. When they opened the closet in my bedroom, I heard one of them shout, "Hands up! Don't move!" My blood ran cold. They found him hiding in the back of the closet, behind a row of my hanging clothes. He was a man, probably in his late 30s, dirty and disheveled, with a gaunt face and wild eyes. He didn't resist as they cuffed him and led him out of the apartment, but the sight of him chilled me to my core. After he was gone, one of the officers sat down with me and explained what they'd found. The man had been living in my closet for at least a couple of weeks. He'd gotten in through the fire escape and had been sneaking around the apartment when I wasn't home. They found a small pile of blankets and clothes in the back of the closet, along with some of the things I thought I'd lost, snacks, my hoodie, even a notebook I'd been looking for. I felt sick. The idea that someone had been in my space, watching me, moving around while I was sleeping or at school, was almost too much to process. The officer told me the man had a criminal record for burglary and trespassing, and that I was lucky he hadn't tried to hurt me. I didn't go back to that apartment. I couldn't. I stayed with a friend for a few nights while I figured out my next steps. Eventually, I broke my lease and moved into a new place, a smaller, more secure unit with better locks and no easy access points. It took me a long time to feel safe again. For months, I jumped at every little noise and double-checked every lock before going to bed. I installed security cameras and made sure I always had my phone within arm's reach. Even now, years later, I still find myself checking closets whenever I enter a new space. Looking back, I think the most unsettling part of the whole experience was how easily I ignored the signs. I wanted so badly to believe that I was imagining things, that nothing was wrong, that I was safe. But I wasn't. If there's one thing I've learned, it's to trust my instincts. Even when it feels silly, even when you can't explain why something feels off, it's always better to be cautious. Jake and I had always enjoyed our quiet nights at home. After long days at work, we found comfort in simple routines, making dinner together, watching old movies, and cuddling up on the couch with our dog Max. Our neighborhood was peaceful, the kind of place where everyone knew each other, and unexpected visitors were rare, especially late at night. That's why, when the doorbell rang close to midnight that one evening, it felt so out of place that it sent a chill down my spine. At first, I thought I had imagined it. The sound was so abrupt, cutting through the soft murmur of the television and Max's gentle snoring from his bed by the fireplace. Jake paused the movie, looking at me with a puzzled expression. We weren't expecting anyone, and all our friends and family knew better than to show up unannounced at that hour. The second ring came almost immediately after, confirming that it wasn't just my imagination. My heart started to race. Jake stood up and walked to the door, peeking through the peephole cautiously. I could see his posture stiffen, his fingers tightening around the doorknob as he hesitated. When he stepped back slightly, his expression had changed from confusion to concern. There was a woman standing outside, illuminated by the soft yellow glow of our porch light. Her hair was a mess, and she looked visibly distressed, tears streaming down her face, breathing heavily like she had been running. Even through the thick door, I could hear her voice, muffled but desperate, pleading for help. She said someone was following her, and she needed to use our phone. Something in my gut told me not to open the door. Maybe it was the way she kept glancing over her shoulder, or how her knocks became more frantic but never forceful, as if she was careful not to make too much noise. It didn't feel right. Jake turned to me, uncertainty in his eyes. There was a natural instinct to want to help someone in distress, but something about the situation made my skin crawl. The fact that she was alone, that she had chosen our house, and that she didn't seem to be calling out to anyone else in the neighborhood made it feel off. Instead of opening the door, Jake grabbed his phone and dialed 911. He explained the situation in a hushed voice, telling the dispatcher that a woman was outside our home, claiming to be in trouble, but something didn't seem right. As he spoke, I slowly peeked out of the living room window, careful not to move the curtain too much. That's when I saw them, two shadowy figures crouched low in the bushes at the edge of our front yard. My breath caught in my throat, and I stumbled back from the window, whispering to Jake that we weren't alone. The woman wasn't just a stranger in need, she was bait. The dispatcher reassured us that officers were on their way and urged us to stay inside, keep all doors locked, and avoid engaging with the woman outside. I remember standing frozen in the living room, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure she could hear it through the door. Jake and I exchanged anxious glances, both of us now fully aware of the danger we had narrowly avoided. The woman outside continued to knock lightly, calling out softly, insisting she needed help, but we didn't respond. Minutes passed like hours. I could hear my pulse thumping in my ears, and every small creak in the house made me jump. The sirens in the distance finally broke the eerie tension, their wailing growing louder as they approached. As soon as the woman heard them, she stopped knocking. I peeked through the blinds again and saw her darting off into the darkness, disappearing down the street. Moments later, the police arrived, their headlights washing over our house, and Jake quickly let them inside. The officers did a sweep of our yard and found fresh footprints leading from the bushes to our front porch, confirming what I had seen earlier. One of our neighbors had a security camera pointed at the street, and when the police reviewed the footage, it showed the woman approaching our house first, acting distraught, while two men lurked in the shadows, waiting for their opportunity. It was clear that their plan had been to rush in the moment we opened the door. One of the officers, an older man with a kind but serious expression, told us that these kinds of incidents had been happening more frequently in nearby neighborhoods. They used someone who appeared vulnerable, usually a woman, to gain trust and lower people's defenses. It was a tactic designed to exploit kindness and create urgency. Once inside, the intruders could do anything from robbing the place to something far worse. Hearing this made my stomach churn. The thought that I had even considered opening the door, even for a second, made me feel sick. Jake and I were shaken, but grateful we had trusted our instincts. The officers stayed for a while, taking our statements and advising us on how to improve our home security. They recommended installing security cameras, motion sensor lights, and being cautious about any unexpected visitors in the future. After they left, we sat in silence for a long time. The house felt different now, less like the safe haven it had always been, and more like a place that had nearly been violated. I couldn't shake the image of that woman's face from my mind. How convincing she had been, how helpless she had seemed. If it weren't for the gut feeling, for that tiny voice in the back of my head telling me something wasn't right, we might have let her in. That night, neither of us could sleep. Every little noise made me jump, and even Max seemed restless, his ears perking up at every sound. We double-checked all the locks, pulled the curtains tight, and left the lights on in the hallway. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, replaying everything in my head, the knocks, the voice, the figures in the bushes. What if we hadn't noticed them? What if we had opened the door just a crack? The what-ifs haunted me. The next morning, Jake and I went out and bought a security system. We installed cameras around the house, set up motion-activated lights in the yard, and talked about other ways we could improve our safety. It felt strange, almost paranoid, but after what had happened, we realized it was better to be cautious than regretful. In the weeks that followed, I found myself becoming hyper-aware of my surroundings. Every time the doorbell rang unexpectedly, my heart would race. I'd check the peephole, then the cameras, and even then I hesitated before opening the door. I started noticing small things I had never paid attention to before. Cars idling outside a little too long, unfamiliar faces walking down our street, the way shadows moved under the streetlights. Jake and I also talked to our neighbors about what happened. Some of them had heard about similar incidents, but never thought it could happen so close to home. We all agreed to look out for each other, to report anything suspicious, and to remind our families not to open the door for strangers, no matter how convincing they seemed. Looking back, that night changed me. It made me realize how easily our sense of security can be shattered and how quickly danger can come knocking, literally. I still think about that woman sometimes, wondering who she was, if she had done this before, and what might have happened if someone else had opened their door to her. But the scariest thing of all, it felt so real, so convincing, and it almost worked. It was a few years ago, but the memory of that night is still vivid, etched into my mind like it happened yesterday. I had spent the weekend visiting my parents in the countryside, something I didn't do nearly often enough. The long, quiet drive back to the city had always been my time to unwind and think. I enjoyed the solitude, the calmness of the open road at night. It was late when I finally said goodbye and set out, later than I had planned, but I wasn't worried. I had made this drive dozens of times before. The night was moonless, the highway stretching out in front of me like a black ribbon, illuminated only by my headlights. The soft hum of my engine and my favorite playlist kept me company as I drove. After a while, the glow of the city lights faded behind me, and I was surrounded by empty fields and dense woods on either side of the road. About halfway through the trip, I glanced down at the dashboard and noticed the gas gauge was dangerously close to empty. I hadn't thought to fill up before leaving, assuming I'd make it to the city without any trouble. Now I was regretting that decision. I scanned the dark road ahead for any signs of life, and after what felt like forever, I spotted a flickering neon sign in the distance. It read Bill's Gas and Mart, the kind of place you'd only stop at because you had no other choice. The station was old and run down, with cracked pavement and a single pump under a flickering overhead light. I pulled in and parked by the pump, the gravel crunching loudly beneath my tires. The place was eerily quiet, the only sounds the faint buzz of the neon sign and the distant hum of insects. I stepped out of the car, stretching my legs after hours behind the wheel. The night air was cool, almost refreshing. As I reached for my wallet, the gas station attendant stepped out of the small booth near the pump. He was an older man, wiry and thin, with a grizzled face and tired eyes. His uniform was stained and looked like it hadn't been washed in weeks. I gave him a polite smile and handed him my card through the half-open window, telling him to fill it up. He nodded but didn't say a word. As he worked, I noticed his eyes kept shifting between me and my car, specifically the back seat. At first, I didn't think much of it, chalking it up to harmless curiosity. But the way his gaze lingered made me uneasy. I glanced over my shoulder at the back seat, but everything looked normal. My gym bag was there, along with a jacket I had tossed in earlier. Still, something about his behavior stuck with me. When he finished, he handed me my card and muttered, "Drive safe." His tone was strange, almost hesitant, like there was something he wanted to say but didn't. I thanked him, got back in the car, and drove off, relieved to be leaving the creepy gas station behind. As I merged back onto the highway, the uneasiness from the gas station began to fade. The road ahead was empty, and the rhythmic sound of my tires on the pavement helped calm my nerves. A few miles later, I noticed a large truck parked on the side of the highway. Its lights were off, and it was barely visible in the darkness. I passed the truck without giving it much thought, but then in my rearview mirror, I saw its headlights flicker on. It pulled onto the road behind me, keeping a steady distance at first. At first, I didn't think anything of it. It was a highway, after all, and trucks were a common sight. But as the minutes passed, the truck began to act strangely. It sped up, closing the gap between us, and then suddenly fell back, only to catch up again. Sometimes it would flash its high beams, flooding my car with blinding light. I tried to stay calm, convincing myself that the driver was probably just impatient or messing around. But then the truck swerved into the opposite lane, pulled up alongside me, and flashed its lights again. My heart started racing as I realized this wasn't normal behavior. I pressed down on the accelerator, hoping to put some distance between us, but the truck stayed right behind me. No matter how fast I went, it matched my speed. The driver started tailgating me so closely that I could barely see anything in my rearview mirror, except for the massive grille of the truck. Panic began to set in. I didn't know what this person wanted or why they were following me. My mind raced through every scenario, none of them good. Pulling over on the side of the road wasn't an option. The area was too dark and isolated. Just when I thought I was out of options, I saw the glow of a truck stop up ahead. It was the first well-lit place I had seen in miles. Without hesitation, I turned sharply into the parking lot and pulled into a spot near the entrance. My hands were trembling as I threw the car into park and turned off the engine. The truck followed me into the lot and came to a screeching halt right behind me. I sat frozen in my seat, unsure of what to do next. Before I could react, the driver jumped out and started running toward my car. I couldn't make out his face clearly in the dim light, but he looked frantic, waving his arms and shouting something. My first instinct was to lock the doors and stay inside, but I couldn't move. My heart was pounding so loudly I could barely hear him. Then his words registered, "There's someone in your back seat." The blood drained from my face as I turned slowly to look. At first, I didn't see anything, but then I noticed a shadow, a figure crouched low, trying to stay hidden. Before I could process what was happening, the back door flew open, and a man in a dark hoodie bolted out of my car. He ran across the parking lot and disappeared into the woods surrounding the truck stop. I sat there, shaking, unable to move. The truck driver ran after him, but stopped at the edge of the woods. A few moments later, the truck stop's security guard arrived, and they called the police. When the officers arrived, they took my statement and searched the area, but the man was gone. The truck driver explained that he had been parked at the gas station earlier, and saw the man sneak into my car while I was distracted. He had followed me to try to warn me, but I hadn't realized what was happening. I spent the rest of the night at a nearby motel, too shaken to continue my drive. I double-checked the locks on the door and windows before finally collapsing onto the bed. That night taught me a lesson I'll never forget. To this day, I always check my back seat before getting into my car, no matter how safe the area feels. I also learned that sometimes strangers go out of their way to help, even when it's risky for them. The truck driver didn't have to follow me or warn me, but he did. And because of him, I made it home safely. Sometimes I think about what could have happened if he hadn't been there. It's a thought that still makes my stomach churn. Camping had always been one of my favorite ways to unplug and recharge, and that summer, I needed it more than ever. Life had been chaotic, work deadlines piling up, endless errands, and barely a moment to breathe. So when Sam suggested a weekend trip to a remote spot in upstate New York, I didn't hesitate. Sam and I had been best friends since high school, and she knew exactly what I needed. Our group included 6 of us: Sam, her boyfriend Greg, Greg's younger sister Emily, and 2 of our college friends, Jake and Lily. We had all known each other for years, and the thought of escaping to the wilderness together sounded like the perfect break. The drive up was a mixture of excitement and light-hearted chaos. We crammed our gear into Greg's SUV and took turns playing DJ, belting out songs and laughing at each other's terrible singing. The further we got from civilization, the narrower the roads became, winding through dense forests that seemed untouched by time. By the time we arrived, the sun was already dipping low, casting golden light through the trees. The campsite was everything we'd hoped for, a small clearing surrounded by towering oaks and maples. It was quiet, save for the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. We wasted no time setting up our tents, arranging the fire pit, and unpacking the food. The first night felt like something out of a postcard. The fire crackled, the stars blanketed the sky, and we sat in a loose circle, talking about everything and nothing. We told ghost stories, each one trying to outdo the last, laughing until our sides hurt. At some point, someone mentioned how quiet it was out there, and we all paused to listen. The silence was absolute, the kind that wraps around you and makes you feel like the only people in the world. It was peaceful, or at least it was at first. It started with a sound. Faint at first, a soft crunch of leaves somewhere in the distance. It was easy to dismiss. Animals were everywhere in the woods, after all. But the sound didn't fade away like you'd expect a passing deer or raccoon to do. Instead, it seemed to circle us, slow and deliberate, just beyond the firelight. At the time, we tried to laugh it off. Jake joked that it was Bigfoot, and we all chuckled nervously, trying to brush away the unease creeping into our circle. But the sound didn't stop, and every so often, one of us would glance over a shoulder into the darkness, the flickering firelight making the shadows dance. By the time we retreated to our tents, the noises had stopped, but the atmosphere felt heavier somehow. I remember lying there in the dark, staring at the fabric of the tent above me, straining my ears for any sign of movement. Eventually exhaustion won, and I fell into a restless sleep. The next day, we decided to explore the area. The woods were dense and alive with the sounds of birds and rustling leaves, a stark contrast to the eerie silence of the night before. It was Emily who found it. We were about 200 yards from our campsite when she called out, her voice tinged with a mix of curiosity and unease. Hidden among the trees was a shelter, if you could call it that. It was a crude structure made of branches, tarps, and leaves, like something you'd see in a survivalist manual. As we approached, the smell hit us first, a musty, sour odor that made my stomach turn. Inside, the shelter was even more unsettling. There were empty food cans scattered on the ground, some of them rusting, others clearly more recent. A sleeping bag, stained and torn, was crumpled in one corner. Piles of clothing were stacked haphazardly, and a plastic bottle of water sat half empty near the entrance. We didn't speak much as we poked around. The silence between us felt louder than words. Greg found a piece of paper on the ground, its edges smeared with a brownish stain. He held it up, but none of us wanted to guess what it might be. It was clear someone had been living there recently, and the thought made my skin crawl. Who were they? Were they still around? The shelter felt like an intrusion into the peace we had come for, a stark reminder that we weren't alone out there. We left quickly, our excitement from earlier replaced by a heavy unease. Back at the campsite, we tried to shake it off. Greg suggested we move camp, but we were already tired, and the idea of packing everything up seemed like too much effort. We told ourselves it was fine. Whoever had built that shelter was probably long gone. That night, the footsteps returned. Only this time they were closer. We sat around the fire, the cheerful chatter of the previous night replaced by tension. The sound was unmistakable now, slow, deliberate steps crunching through the leaves, circling the edge of the trees. None of us wanted to acknowledge it at first, as if saying it out loud would make it more real. Then someone, maybe Sam, grabbed a flashlight and shone it toward the noise. For a brief moment, the beam landed on something. A figure? They were standing just beyond the tree line, motionless. The light didn't fully illuminate them, but I could see enough, a tall figure, their face obscured by the shadows of the trees. They didn't move. They didn't speak. They just stood there, watching us. Fear took over. Without speaking, we all seemed to reach the same conclusion. We needed to leave. Now. The next few minutes were a blur of frantic movement. We grabbed what we could, abandoning the tents and most of our gear. Greg had already started the car by the time the rest of us piled in, and we sped down the dirt road, the fire still crackling behind us. We didn't stop until we reached a gas station miles away, its fluorescent lights feeling like a sanctuary. None of us spoke for a long time, the weight of what had happened settling over us like a heavy blanket. Eventually, we debated calling the authorities, but what would we say? That we saw someone in the woods, that they stood there watching us? It wasn't illegal to camp out there, and we had no proof of anything. In the end, we decided to let it go. Even now, years later, I can't fully explain what happened that weekend. Maybe it was a drifter, someone living off the grid. But there was something about the way they watched us, the deliberate way they moved through the woods, that still haunts me. I haven't been camping since. Whenever someone suggests it, I think back to that moment, the beam of the flashlight catching the figure in the trees, motionless and silent, and I feel a chill run down my spine. The woods may seem peaceful, but they hold secrets, and some of them are better left undisturbed. It was one of those long, lonely nights on the road, the kind that blurs the line between fatigue and determination. I'd been trucking for over a decade by that point, so I was no stranger to the grind. My name's Jack Stevens, and if there's one thing I've learned from years of hauling freight across this country, it's that the road is unpredictable. You get into a rhythm, mile after mile, town after town, but every now and then something happens that reminds you how vulnerable you really are out there. That night, I was hauling a load of electronics from Billings, Montana, to Spokane, Washington. It wasn't a complicated route, mostly open highway, but the hours were starting to wear me down. My back ached, my eyelids felt heavy, and I knew I couldn't push through much longer. Pulling over at a rest stop was the smart move. Better to lose an hour of sleep than risk nodding off behind the wheel and ending up in a ditch, or worse. I spotted a small rest stop off Route 89, just as my fatigue was hitting its peak. It wasn't much to look at, a couple of parking spaces, a flickering overhead light, and a vending machine that looked like it had been out of order for years. There were no other vehicles around, which didn't surprise me. This stretch of highway didn't see much traffic, especially at that hour. It was probably close to 2 a.m. when I pulled in, shut off the engine, and leaned back in my seat. The silence was almost unnerving. You get used to the hum of the engine, the sound of tires on asphalt, and when all of that goes quiet, it can feel too still. I adjusted my seat, pulled my cap down over my eyes, and let out a long breath. My plan was simple: catch a quick nap, just enough to recharge, and then hit the road again. I wasn't looking for luxury or comfort, just a little rest to keep me going. I must have drifted off, though I couldn't tell you how long I'd been asleep. It wasn't a deep sleep, more like that restless kind of dozing where you're half aware of your surroundings. That's when I heard it, a faint tapping on the driver's side window. At first, I thought I might have imagined it. Sometimes when you're that tired, your mind plays tricks on you. But then it came again, soft and deliberate, like someone was gently testing the glass. I froze. My heart started pounding, and I felt a chill crawl up my spine. Slowly, I lifted my cap and turned my head toward the window. But there was nothing there, just darkness. The dim overhead light barely reached the edges of the parking lot, and beyond that, it was pitch black. I tried to shake it off. Maybe it was a branch brushing against the truck, or maybe the wind was playing tricks on me. I told myself it was nothing, but my gut wasn't so easily convinced. Something about the sound had felt too deliberate, too human. I adjusted my seat and tried to settle back in, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I sat there, staring into the darkness, straining to hear anything over the silence. And that's when it happened again. This time, the tapping came from the passenger side window. It was louder, more insistent, like whoever, or whatever, was out there wanted my attention. My blood ran cold. I didn't move, didn't breathe. My eyes flicked toward the passenger window, but all I could see was the faint reflection of my own face. Slowly, I reached for the switch and turned on the headlights. The beams cut through the darkness, illuminating the parking lot and the edge of the woods beyond. For a brief moment, I saw movement. A man, thin and wiry, dressed in dark clothes, was sprinting toward the tree line. He was fast, and before I could fully register what I was seeing, he disappeared into the shadows of the forest. I sat there, gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. My mind raced. Who was he? What did he want? And more importantly, was he alone? I reached behind my seat and grabbed the baseball bat I always kept in the cab. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. My first instinct was to get out of there, to fire up the engine and put as much distance as I could between me and that rest stop. But I hesitated. What if there was more than one of them? What if they were waiting for me to step outside? Instead, I locked the doors, rolled up the windows, and kept the bat within arm's reach. I sat there, scanning the parking lot, my eyes darting from shadow to shadow. Every sound, the creak of the truck, the rustle of the wind, felt magnified, like it was coming from right next to me. Minutes felt like hours. I couldn't relax, couldn't let my guard down. I kept thinking about the man I'd seen, the way he'd moved, the deliberate tapping on the windows. It wasn't random. He'd been testing me, trying to see if I'd react, trying to lure me out. Eventually, the first light of dawn started creeping over the horizon. The shadows began to retreat, and the oppressive darkness gave way to the soft glow of morning. The fear didn't leave me entirely, but it eased enough for me to think clearly again. I started the engine, the familiar rumble breaking the silence, and pulled out of the rest stop without looking back. As I merged back onto the highway, I told myself I'd been lucky. I didn't know what the man's intentions had been, and I didn't want to find out. A few hours later, I stopped at a diner on the outskirts of Spokane. As I sat there nursing a cup of coffee, I couldn't stop replaying the events of the night in my mind. The tapping, the figure sprinting into the woods, it all felt surreal, like something out of a bad dream. It wasn't until later that I learned the truth. Truckers had been targeted in that area, especially at isolated rest stops late at night. The stories varied, but the pattern was the same: a distraction to lure the driver out of their cab, followed by an attack. Some were robbed, others hurt. A few ended up in the hospital. I don't know if it was just luck that kept me safe that night, or if my instincts had saved me. Maybe both. But one thing's for sure, I've never looked at a rest stop the same way since. Now, whenever I'm out on the road, I make it a point to plan my stops carefully. I stick to well-lit areas with other people around, and if I ever get that gut feeling that something isn't right, I trust it. The open road has its dangers, sure, but that night taught me a valuable lesson. It's not just the miles that wear you down, it's the things you don't see coming. I used to believe that the most unnerving experiences in life were grounded in logic. A delayed flight, a bad day at work, things you could rationalize or solve. But now, I realize some things defy reason. Looking back, I still can't explain what happened, and I'm not sure I want to. It started after a business trip to Seattle. My life back then was predictable, almost painfully so. I was 34, single, and lived in a small house in a quiet suburb of Los Angeles. My days were consumed by spreadsheets and meetings, my nights by the same tired TV shows and the occasional takeout. I'd always been someone who found comfort in routine, but what happened next made me question everything I thought I understood about the world. When I landed at LAX, the airport was as chaotic as always. People were rushing to and fro, dragging suitcases, shouting into phones, and doing their best to navigate the labyrinth of terminals. After a long flight, all I wanted was to grab my bag and head home. I stood by the luggage carousel, watching the bags tumble onto the conveyor belt. Mine, a scuffed black roller bag, was one of the last to come out. Just before I reached for it, my eyes landed on another suitcase, an old, battered brown one. Its leather was cracked and worn, and it looked out of place among the sea of sleek, modern luggage. I remember thinking it was odd that no one seemed to claim it. It circled the carousel several times, unacknowledged. Eventually I shrugged it off, grabbed my bag, and made my way to the parking garage. It was late, and the garage was quiet, save for the hum of fluorescent lights. My car was parked in a corner spot, far from the main entrance. As I approached, something caught my eye. The brown suitcase was sitting right beside my car. At first, I froze, my mind racing to make sense of it. Maybe someone had left it there by mistake, but how could it be the same suitcase from the baggage claim? And even if it was, how had it gotten here? I looked around, but the garage was empty. There were no other people, no sounds of footsteps or car doors. Just the faint echo of my breathing and the distant hum of tires on concrete. I felt a wave of unease, but convinced myself it was a coincidence. Without touching the suitcase, I loaded my bag into the trunk, got into the car, and drove home. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following me. But the roads were empty, and I reached my house without incident. The next morning, I told myself I was being ridiculous. It was just a strange occurrence, nothing more. I went to work, determined to put it out of my mind. When I arrived at my office building, my heart nearly stopped. The suitcase was there again. It was propped neatly against the glass doors at the main entrance, as if waiting for me. I stared at it, my pulse quickening. This couldn't be a coincidence. How had it ended up here? I hadn't told anyone about what happened the night before. I didn't touch it. Instead, I walked around it and went inside, trying to focus on my day. My coworkers noticed I was distracted, but I brushed off their questions. What could I say? That a suitcase was following me? It sounded absurd, even to me. That evening, I left work cautiously, half expecting the suitcase to be by my car again. But it wasn't there. I felt a small wave of relief as I drove home. But that relief was short-lived. The next evening, as I pulled into my driveway, the suitcase was there again. This time, it was sitting next to my mailbox. The street was quiet, and the air felt unnaturally still. I didn't get out of the car right away. I just sat there, staring at it. When I finally worked up the courage to get out, I didn't go near the suitcase. I went straight inside, locked the door, and turned on every light in the house. That night, I barely slept. I kept imagining the suitcase moving closer, inching its way up to my front door. When morning came, I was almost afraid to look outside. But when I finally did, it was gone. For a moment, I thought it was over. That night, I was proven wrong. I was watching TV, trying to distract myself, when I heard a faint thud on the porch. My heart sank. Slowly, I got up and looked out the window. The suitcase was there again. I don't know what came over me, but I decided I couldn't keep ignoring it. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen, opened the front door, and brought the suitcase inside. My hands were shaking as I unclasped it. Inside was a collection of clothes, a white dress shirt, a pair of slacks, and a scarf. All of them were stained with what looked like dried blood. The metallic smell made my stomach turn. On top of the clothes was an envelope. It had my name and address written on it in sharp, uneven letters. My hands trembled as I opened it. The note inside read, "You've been chosen." I'll never forget the feeling that washed over me in that moment. It was as if the air had been sucked out of the room. I stood there, frozen, staring at the note, trying to make sense of it. I called the police immediately. 2 officers arrived about an hour later. They took the suitcase and its contents as evidence, promising to investigate. They asked me a series of questions. Had I noticed anyone following me? Had I received any threats? I answered no to all of them. For weeks, I lived in a state of paranoia. I installed security cameras, changed my locks, and even stayed at a hotel for a while. But the police found nothing. No fingerprints, no DNA, no leads. The suitcase was a dead end. A month later, I thought I was starting to move on. The suitcase hadn't appeared again, and I began convincing myself it was over. Then one night, it returned. I came home late from dinner with a friend. As I pulled into the driveway, I saw it sitting there on the porch, illuminated by the glow of the porch light. This time, The suitcase was open. Inside was a single Polaroid photograph. It was a picture of me asleep in my bed. I froze, the blood draining from my face. I stood there, staring at the photo, my mind racing. Someone had been in my house. I called the police again. They searched the house thoroughly, but found no signs of forced entry. The cameras I had installed hadn't recorded anything unusual. After that night, I couldn't stay in that house anymore. I packed up and moved to a new city. It's been over a year now, and nothing else has happened. But sometimes late at night, I wake up with the feeling that I'm being watched. And I can't help but wonder, was it really over, or am I just waiting for the suitcase to find me again?